Hey, what it down, baby. Here, pub husband. What up, Michael? You just found you've been a good help? Thanks. I'm glad that's been helpful. Thanks for checking out the content. Oh. Well, I'm a little bit exhausted. I'm not afraid to say it. What up, Ray? How you doing? I'm a little bit exhausted. I'm not afraid to say it. We got a world boss. Gotta go kill that. You have to. Yeah, what you talking about? What is happening? I should get used to trying Subo. I hate Subo though. I really fucking hate this dude. You know what? We'll try the lady. Why not? See if that works better for me. What up, back, babe? About to make Spiritborn. I want to mess with Painmonger, Signet, and Vital Strikes. Unique ring passive that work well together. Nice. Yeah, go for it. What up, Valiant? What are we cooking up today? We have successfully crafted two different mythic rings. So now we're going to try to successfully craft an amulet. Amulet is where I still feel like I'm missing a lot of power on the build. It's where I still feel pretty much like I'm missing out a lot. And what you talking about? Down, what you talking about, baby? We gotta kill this. We have to kill a world boss. You can't not kill a world boss. What are you talking about? And then basically what I would like to do is I like to collect some data on crafting caches. Because what people need are bases. And getting bases quickly without wanting to end it all, I think is one of the struggles. Do I know anything about the Spiritborn? I do not. I literally know nothing about the class. Other than Big Monkey is fun. We got 3 minutes. Let's see. So the question was, for Spiritborn, someone called Monger. Peacemonger? While you have at least 4 stacks ferocity, you gain increased damage and armor. Gaining ferocity grants you resolve. Okay. All stats per ferocity. That's pretty cool. And then vital strikes. What is vital strikes? You deal 8% increased damage to vulnerable after making your next direct damage dealt to them heals you, generates vigor, moves the vulnerable effect. It doesn't look like Vital Strikes has anything to do with Peacemonger at all. So this is just get ferocity and resolve stacks and gain all stats. This has nothing to do with that at all. This literally has nothing to do with it, as far as I can tell mechanically. Like this doesn't engage with this at all. Maybe it's a different one? Are you using a build guide on Maxroll that says something about this? Maybe? I could look at that. Because those two systems don't do anything to do with one another. I got Selling Aspect on my Blood Moon Breaches for my Golem build from Sanctify. Interesting. I don't think that's good. I think you'll trigger Cax Rune one time and then die. I think it's bad for your survivability due to using Cax Rune Word. Because Cax Rune Word says consume all of your resource, and then at that point you effectively have no damage reduction. Doesn't have too much. I mean, like, Great Feast would exacerbate that a little bit, but that's not really the primary concern. Yeah, Mike, I would recommend, like, looking at one of the Maxroll build guides. Because they probably explain what combination of things you're supposed to do with that item. But that key passive doesn't have anything to do with your resolve or your ferocity stacks. But that also doesn't really, like, double your dex at all. It's just a bonus to all stats. And the bonus to all stats is nice. But if something's supposed to be doubling your stats, that effect is not it. There must be something else going on. Gotcha. Yeah, that might be something else.
It's what I do.
No one Maxwell does this type of build? It might be a bad build then. This might be like a build that doesn't exist anymore. This might have been a seasonal power. You really can't use builds from even last season, this season, really. There's too much that changes season to season. And we killed the bad man. This is how we do it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. It's Friday night, and I feel alright. Party's up on the west side. Now I get all the treasure breaches, of course. Think there'll be any bug fixes before tower release? Oh, they've got to release a patch before tower for sure. I assume we'll hear something this week. There's gotta be something. Although I don't... The thing about Paladin Thorns, it's less so a bug and more so that's not how anybody would think that it would work, and it severely overinflates the expectation of the thing, so the other thing should probably be stronger if it won't work that way, which is a little bit different than a bug, right? That's actually like a change in functionality.
It is done.
But yeah, I mean, they gotta do something. They can't do nothing. Or rather, they could. It would just be very upsetting if that was the case. External, casting a different skill, base, spirit, swaps in new bonus. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like it would increase your dex for sure. What up, Saphira? What are we doing? Got 4GA Shroud. Ooh. Nice. I mean, 4GA Shroud is still very good. A ton of resource gen and a ton of maximum life is really nice along with the all stats for a lot of different builds. Okay. All right, everybody. It is time. We're going to do some crafting. We're going to do some crafting. I got a lot of caches. There shouldn't be a difference between caches. But we kind of have enough data points here to try to figure out. All right, we're gonna collect data on this. So let's make a little table. You know I love making little tables. Little tables, little tables, little tables, little tables. Little tables, little tables, little tables. And this is gem caches. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. So pick up your back and throw your hands up. Let me hear the party say. Ooh. Diamond caches. Diamond cache is $30K diamond frags. Uh, 60 Forgotten Souls. And 3 mil gold. So for rings, amulets, GA rings, GA amulets. There shouldn't be a difference between these caches, but you never know. Take up your bat and throw your hands up. Let me hear the party say. Okay. First cache. Bang. Oh, you also get a scattered prism. That might be per. 2, 3. It is. Oh, and 7 sigil powder. You get scattered prism, 7 sigil powder. This was 2 and 3. It might be 2 and 3 every time. That would help me to know. 2 and 3. It appears to be 2 and 3 every time. 1, 1, 1, 2. Which if you are then salvaging, you get back Forgotten Soul. Abstruse sigils. That's what you are, right? Ooh. Do the same here. Is that what we get back? Yep. So pound for pound, that's what we're getting back. What if it is this setup? Do you actually get a Forgotten Soul if it's not? Okay. Salvage with GA. Salvage without GA. You get rid of this. And you get 20. and 10. Okay. Okay. Why you didn't use honed glyph in your pet, or why I didn't use honed glyph. Why didn't I use honed glyph? Because it only has one multiplier. So it does grant a good amount of additive damage. Other glyphs will also grant a lot of additive damage. It then has one multiplier, but other glyphs will have two multipliers, typically. But if people have like re-optimized the build to have less additive damage so that honed ends up representing greater than a 10% damage multiplier, in comparison to the amount of additive that you would get otherwise, then maybe honed is better. But I don't sit with like a encyclopedic memory of all glyph decisions I've made across all builds, but typically you would like a glyph to have two multipliers available for it because the additive damage bonus isn't that large in comparison. Oh, we're also getting obols. Huh. 5 to 7. It was also like 9 obols. 9 obols? Oh, that was 13 obols. Almost the same as Spirit. So yeah, so kind of not even close, right? So Spirit grants the same amount of critical strike damage, also grants a 14.2 crit damage multiplier, and then also grants another 15% damage multiplier. Whereas Honed is missing that. So it's like significantly, it's 15% less damage actually, is what it ends up being. Actually, it's even more than 15 because this one gives very slightly more critical strike damage for some reason. But yeah. So you're missing out on that multi. So I've done 5. Missing 1. This was 2 and 3. And be uniques. So it's 6 obols. What a weird amount of obols to grant.
See some steel you need? Most useful.
Good amulet. Not for a build that I'm playing, but it's a good amulet. Oh! Huh. Little 4GA ring. It's bad though, which we love. We love that for us. It is a 4 GA ring. So, what can you do? You lots. Lots of lots of lots of lots of lots of lots of lots.
What's left, you ask?
You know, there's an easier way to do this now that I think about it. But it's okay. It's okay. Liz, look. What do you got? Nothing? Nice. Nothing? Huge. Then nothing, nothing. Nothing, 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 nothing.
Greetings.
We love that.
How shall I guide my hammer?
That's it. Look at that thing go crazy. Back it up on that stick. Okay. That's nothing from those. Pretty bad showing, to be honest with you. I get significantly better outcomes.
How shall I
That was
guide-
diamond.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Let's do well, let's do the last 4 diamond. That's a ring. Back it up on that stick. Do 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 do. Backing up the pin of something. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay. So that was 24 data points for that. Bad, bad, and then this is going to be a weird statement. So stick with me here.
Well done. There they were.
Stick with me here. You need a club husband. You need a club husband. Dearly beloved husband. Pick it up, take it into something. You need a club husband. Okay. These are amethyst. Amethyst caches. But here's a weird concept. Can you open these in a pit? You can. What did I just get divine favor from? What did I just get divine favor from? What am I getting divine favor from? What am I getting divine favor from? What am I getting divine favor from? I have 93,693 divine favor. Hold on. Please hold. $93,801. What am I getting divine favor from? What up, boo-boo? Tons of it. What are they spawning that's dying? They are spawning something that is dying. What is it, though? That? And 94,000 favor. Is it Belial? It's something Belial is doing. Just grants me divine favor. Where are you, Belial? Because Belial hasn't shown up yet. It hasn't happened again. So just spawning these guys doesn't do it. Yeah, it's Belial's little knockback wave thing. Gives you divine favor when he does it. Okay. That's fun. So I'm at 94143. I'm at 94143. I'm at 94179. He's gonna attack. Oh, it didn't give it that time. So that's one of these elite affixes. Like like the illusion guys or something. Hello? One of you all was doing it. Need to replicate it. Like a known. What are you all doing over here? Also, I will like to point out that, like, my gear is completely broken. I've just been running around like an absolute doofus, and I'm still not dead. So, like, it really begs the question, what are we doing about toughness, huh? What are we doing? Damn, this is a competent build. So one of these guys does a thing that when it spawns stuff, makes it so that you get favor. Made like 1,000 favor doing nothing. That's not good, but it's funny. Oh, we just got more. Yeah, well, now we're actually killing stuff. That makes sense, though. Okay, yeah. We're actually killing stuff now, so of course we should be getting favor. But what constituted dying before? I don't know. killing them. So I understand that, Mephisto. I didn't kill anything. I just got favor while dying. That is where the confusion is coming from. See, I just got a bunch of favor. I haven't killed anything. Do they count as dying? See, I just got some while I was dead. Do they count as dying when they trigger the effect? Hold on. Let's try to recreate this. Screw the recording I was doing before. Now we're doing whatever this is. Hold on. We gotta replicate this. Because it doesn't get you progress, does it? We're at 94539.
I've been waiting for a bit of fun.
I'm at 647 now. When you illusory, like when you pop, does it count as you dying? Because like you go away and then it multiplies? Is it when I go invisible? No. No, it is not. That would be funny as hell though. What else we got? We got any more illusory boys in here? Here we go. Go illusory. See, they just popped and I didn't get any points though. ¿Por qué? ¿Dónde están mis points? Who's over here with my points? And this is why when people say I just get one shot and just die all the time, you just gotta... It's like both accurate and also... It just turns out there's only like 2 things in this game that does damage to you. This is just silly. What do you got? You guys got any illusory in there for me? Yeah, this is some illusory. Does it like unload the illusory after I get too far away from it? Hold on. Maybe that's what's happening. If I go between levels. No. But I was getting a bunch when I died with illusory people around. So let's see that.
I find things, even if they don't want to be found.
I just get a bunch. Huh. Something about the illusory mobs and whether or not they're real just gives you divine favor. That's funny. All right, moving on with my testing.
See some steel you need?
Why didn't this copy over? Weird. And now we'll do Emerald.
Stars guide you.
Boys, I'm incredibly tired. I'm like I'm a very eepy boy right now. 2, 3, 4, 5. Got 1 and 1. It's a decent ring, actually. Keep that ring. That was 1 and 1. 1, 1. Out of 5. Means there should be 9 and 14. And 14. Oh yeah, brother.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Boop, boop, boop. If I see imperfectly balanced one more goddamn time. Ah! Ah! Well, that is our best amulet, and I will be rolling this amulet. Terror and Amp. I could get Gloom on it with Intelligence. As opposed to my Terror Coalesced Blood right now. Huh. Oh, wow. One, two. Back it up, crazy.
Use it well.
Put this back here in the pile of maybe useful. You need a club husband. You need a club husband. Dearly beloved husband.
There is power in these stones.
Ruby caches. Alright. Back it up, crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look, here's all my ancestrals. Always be 10 and 3. We got 3 rings. Wow. And 2 amulets. Rings and 2 amulets. 3 rings and 2 amulets. So it should always be 10 and 15. This is 8 and 12. Why not? You need a club husband. So these caches exist, and you never use them because they're bad. But eventually you run out of like ways to generate gear that is efficient, right? Oh, I missed one. And it's like, all right, what else is in this game? What else can this game offer me? It was 1 GA ring. This is 10. This is 14. Then we get 2, which is 4 and 6. And we get 4 and 6. Okay. Then we get Saphire. Do these in packages of 10. Sapphire. Sapphire 2-piece. It is. Yeah, brother. Oh yeah, brother. Look at that. 4 GA amulets and 3 GA rings. And then that means that is 10 is 6 and 12. Back it up on that stick. That's good enough. Unholy matrimony, matrimony. I'm talking about. Just what I'm looking for, honey. It feels better when you open them up all at the same time, because seeing any GAs at all is like nice for your brain. That's the secret. That's the secret. That's how they get you. Show up on time, but the booty late. Gonna need some walkie-talkies to communicate. Just what I'm looking for, honey. Oh yeah, man. What? Too many? Hold on. Right, so we got 2 GA rings. Means 10 and 13. I hate checking 750 amulets. Yeah, yeah. 750 amulets. This is how we do it. It's Friday night. All those songs that like reference a specific night kind of really fall flat when it's not that night. You know, got the club going up on a Tuesday. Like, but it's not. So it's not Tuesday for me, you know, it's like, it's not. Stand-up comedy is hard. You know what I'm saying, fellas? Fellas, you know when it isn't Tuesday, but the club's going up and you're like, this is all, this entire schedule is out of whack. You know what I mean? That's not what I intended to do. I intended to do this. There we go. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Skull. So every once in a while, somebody is in the sheet I'm in. It's because like they're watching my damage video and they have this and there's like, oh, it's an example page. And you can go look at the example page and they can like read it and see how the math works, right? Then they show up to random testing and they're like, what is this? And they show up to gem caches and they're like, what does gem caches have to do with how does damage work in Diablo 4? And the answer is, can I be honest with you? It was just the first sheet in my list of Google Sheets. So I just opened the first one and just add a new tab to it. But you know, sometimes I'm just in here just doing some calculations or some data collection. And honestly, the data sheets are for me. They're for me to have. They're my little nuggets of wisdom for me. 1 and 1. But if you don't include the data sheet, somebody inevitably is like, oh, can I see that? Like, it wasn't really
How shall I guide
for a calculation. It's just kind of like there. It's just there, so it's kind of like giving a presentation, but without a slideshow. Like, yeah, but I think it would be really helpful if I saw it. I'm like, you can in the video. In the video, you can see it. But they're not wrong. If it's helpful for them, it's helpful for them. But sometimes they're just for me. Just for me to have. They're my little havies. They're my little fifis.
Greetings. How shall what's left, you ask?
Well, Topaz.
Beware the envious, my friend.
Topaz. I don't need open enrollment. I'm already enrolled. Leave me alone, internet. The internet's trying to remind me to sign up for a health insurance plan, which I already have. And, might I say, my premium has gone up, which is awesome. Because the cost of gas hasn't gone down, and neither have any of my expenses. So that's all pretty cool. So I am just literally paying more for the same thing I was, but last year. Isn't that awesome? Doesn't that just rip out loud?
What's still got some good in it?
Got the club going up on a Tuesday. This was 4 and 6. Right, 4 and 6. That was Topaz. Am I all out?
Shoes and nails. What do you need?
Alright, so this cost me effectively nothing. Technically it costs Forgotten Souls, but like who cares? I've blown through so many Forgotten Souls, it doesn't matter. And you get Forgotten Souls very easily. Like I can do this. Where's the transmutation? Enrich scrap. So I can make a bunch of that, and then I can just go make it Forgotten Souls. I can make 24,000 Forgotten Souls. So I'm good. I'm good on Forgotten Souls. So let's tabulate the data. Total. This is equal to this plus this plus this plus this plus this this plus this. This and this. And that and that. And then total rate. Rate of GA. But 8% of the time. You expect to get about 8%. And that's over $500 points of data. So about 100 caches. $100 caches is negligible amount of money. 6,000 forgotten souls. But you get back one per. So you get back. I got back 100 forgotten souls. So it's, 1% return. No, it's 1/60th. It's not 1%. It is not quite 2%, 1.8% return on forgotten souls. You also get veiled crystals, and then veiled crystals become forgotten souls. And you get a scattered prism every time. So there's 100 scattered prisms, which is not nothing. About 500 citadel powder. I'd say it feels like less than that. I'm going to say it's like 4 to 7. Oh, sorry. It's definitely not 6 to 13 obols. It's definitely less than that. 3 to 13 obols. Oh yeah, and sigil powder. Call it 6 sigil, so I got about 600 sigil powder. It's not nothing, but we got a lot of scattered prisms out of it. So I'd like to talk about rate of fragments. Fragment. Rate of fragment. Fragment rates. Oh, fragment amounts. So to do this, we got to go look at all the things that would generate fragments. This is how many fragments I currently have. As you can see, I was doing this offline at one point. This is how many fragments I have right now. And one of the best places I found to get fragments, actually, you want to know what sucks so bad? PvP zone. It's PvP zone all the way down, baby. Yeah, you can make Angel Breath drop from desummoning your skeletons for sure. Which was what I was thinking, but Shadowblight doesn't spawn anything. Excuse me. Oh yeah, playing on Oridon. PvP zone is awesome for Oridon. You know what I actually need? I actually need a boots upgrade, and I actually need a weapon upgrade. Like, that's what I really need. But I do need gloom on an amulet. All right, I take back what I just said. I do need gloom on an amulet. Am I going to roll this amulet until I get gloom on it? Or do I roll a different amulet until I get a different passive on? Because I have gloom GA pass or amulets. There's just kind of nothing else good on them. It is like insane how much stuff these chests give you. Like truly, truly, truly unhinged. Like makes no sense. Why is this in the game levels of unhinged? There's always this pack of quill rats here. This pack of quill rats, always here. Yeah, I reported that in Mephisto. The PvP zone is just too good, which I do think is fine. Because it's kind of, it's not, one, it's not a problem. But like, two, it's a self-fixing problem. Because it's like, if it continues to be very good and people go to it, then eventually there will be a reason to also be able to do PvP while in it. Which kind of solves the problem of there's no reason to be in the PvP zone. It's gotta suck when this like doesn't, like when we hit the expansion, they're like, all right, we made PvP zone different. We had to. Mac can't just keep getting away. He can't farm it for literally everything that's valuable. So we had to. Sorry, you could blame Mac for this one. I'm like, wow, that's. I guess that's good for my branding. I don't know. I'm the guy who ruined a thing people didn't really know about. That's cool. Where do people get purified Indariel? From killing Indariel, the boss. You can kill the boss, or you can kill her at the end of the Undercity. It's just incredibly rare. They all are incredibly rare, for what it's worth. Sure, if I ever end up needing a focus. Done hundreds. Yep. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, and Dariel was my last one. Okay, so this was PvP chests. This was 11.2, 9.7, 10.8, 10.7, 12, 12.7, 12. This was 79,000. So caches equal to this divided by 30,000. So about 2.6 caches. Nearly 3 caches per run, with the added benefit of 3 to 5 sigils, multiple runes, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 ancestrals generated, along with incidental experience, forgotten souls, all the other good stuff that you typically get from doing this. Okay. All right, let's go spend my... Let me go open up whatever caches I can. So, what up, Blue Eyes? She show up on time, but the booty late. Diamond. Diamond. And an emerald. Okay. And now, where else do you get gem fragments from? Well, we have a gem reserve. We have a gem reserve, so let's do that. What? ours. Do a gem reserve. And this will be a gem reserve. Tons of gems if you need. No, thank you. This isn't so much about getting a bunch of gems. It's about figuring out where do gems come from. I also have to look for the weird little chests. Yeah, so we are looking at sources of item generation in preparation for the tower for people to find things that they need. Because you gotta, you know, I'm a content creator. So I gotta be like, is this a thing that you can do to find your lucky amulet? Because it's ostensibly in the game as an endgame sync to give you more opportunities at getting gear. That's what these caches are for. They're endgame syncs. And the question is like, okay, well, how valuable are they? I did already do some of this offline. I already know that gem reserve dungeons suck. And that if you're going to do one, you might as well do a specific gem. And if you're going to do any of that, you should just do the PvP zone because it's actually better. But I didn't keep the numbers, so I have to regenerate them. Have I had Santopios? Yeah, I've had Santopios. I'm not a big fan of Santopios. You got to remember that part of my family, when I was growing up, was from East Boston, where Santopios comes from, so... I've had Santopios, and it was fine. It was never really a favorite. Well, a glittering boy is definitely going to change the equation here, I think. The one in Peabody? Yeah, that one opened up not too long ago, right? That's like fairly new. Oh, is that true? No. They opened up one. No. They opened up one. Because Santopio's in Peabody is on Route 1. They opened up one. Right? The Santopio's in Peabody is on Route 1? They opened up one in, like, not Wakefield. Not Stoneham. Winchester? It might have been Wakefield? Hold on. What's my favorite restaurant on the North Shore? I mean, there's a couple different places that, like, I love going to. There's the Border. There's Kowloon's. A recent favorite has been a place called Ho Win Palace. But we don't make it out there much anymore. So that's closer to Boston. There is a restaurant in the North End I really like called Limoncello. It's too expensive, but I like it. But it's North End Italian, so, like, you know, it's kind of... It's hard for them to mess it up, and also it's hard for it to not be expensive. I like garbage food. Like, that's part of it too. But I'm trying to think of, like, North Shore food places. before it switched owners like twice. There was the wharf that was on the Linmarsh Road. There's this place called China Roma, which took me a very long time to realize it's just a Chinese food place owned by Italians. All right, so this is 2.5. 2.5. 3.7. Uh, 3.8. 2.8. 3. There's this little pizza shop up in oh god, what is it called? There's this little pizza shop up in Beverly Farms, which I really, really liked. We used to go there and get lunch when I was doing landscaping back in the day. X gem. But I don't even think that place is really like around anymore. It might be. Nick's? Nah, can't be me, dog. I'm not a big fan of roast beef, so I'm not a big fan of Nick's. I know everybody loves Nick's. I know. Fuck, everybody loves Nick's. Not a big fan. I don't like roast beef, so kind of hard for me to like it. I'm trying to think of other places that are like good and also doesn't dox me. You know what I mean? Then there's like the realization that a lot of the places that you go to are actually chains. So like there's a Margaritas I like to go to, but then I realized Margaritas was a chain. There's Newbridge. No, not Newbridge. Is it called Newbridge? Yeah, Newbridge. Newbridge in Chelsea is good. It's good if you like steak tips. You know what I mean? Hold on, let me see. And Santapio's in East Boston. Crazy. But where? Santapio's locations. This is the greatest pizza on earth, hands down. Reddit a year ago, Santapio's. You are fucking crazy, my guy. Santapio's is nowhere near the best pizza, hands down. Oh, there's there's this place in Cambridge. Now, I don't like most food in Cambridge. There's this place called Yume wo Katare in Cambridge. And The whole deal is... Bagbane, thank you for redeeming the darkness. The darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the darkness will stay redeemed. You don't really have a New England accent until you start talking about Boston food. I don't really have a Boston accent until I start talking about Boston. That's for sure. Yume wo Katari is this ramen place in Cambridge. And the whole shtick is you walk in, they give you the typical like Japanese welcome meeting. You sit down, you order your bowl. You must finish your bowl. They make one type of ramen. You must finish your bowl. And when you finish your bowl, the entire restaurant, which is like 10 seats in a small cramped little nothing. In here, there's always a line out the door. And when you finish, everybody stops eating. Everybody stops cooking. And the host asks you to name your wish. And then you say your deepest wish. And then everybody congratulates you. And then you leave. Insane experience. Pork ramen. That's what you get. You eat the whole bowl. This is what it looks like. I wouldn't be surprised if I know some of these people. 3 years ago? Hold on. Do I know something? Hold on. Do I know you? Do I know you? Hold on. I'm mutual friends with this reviewer. Insane. Hold on. Do I know any of these people? I do not know any of these people. But that's Yume wo Katare. Very good ramen. A lot of fun. Four would be 8, would be doubling this. So it would go from 1632 to 164. 1.64 divided by 1.32. 1632. So we go from 12 to 18. To 18. Three per. 9. It's 21 from 12. And it is six more is 18. Amplified damage is 4 per, so it is 12. And then 35. Is equal to the log of this divided by the log of 1.32. Been watching YouTube videos for a while now. I've come to drop a follow. Thank you so much, Blazed. I appreciate that. Sorry, Blazed. Blazed. Thank you very much. Mikey's Pastry. Mikey's Pastry is dope. You just kind of like can't go to Mikey's Pastry if you're like, if there are tourists. So I just don't a lot. It's good. Like I think everybody likes Mikey's Pastry, but kind of can't go there because, you know, the locals are getting it ruined by some people. Nah, you just go there when it's not busy. That's like the funny part about it. It's like I don't like go out of my way to go to Mike's Pastry, but like I would if I was around. So even I'm engaging with it as a tourist. Like I have a local bakery near my hometown that I go to. That's this, you know, that's an Italian bakery. That's where I go for my baked goods. I actually have like 2 or 3 different bakeries that I go to. That's because I was raised Italian American by an immigrant, by multiple immigrants. So you have a bakery, and that's the bakery that you go to. And it's a local bakery. Basically, I'm a bakery snob. But it's because I can afford to be. We actually went to... Buddy stopped by over the weekend. He just was running errands, and he just swung by the house kind of unannounced. He's like, hey, what are you guys up to? I'm like, oh, nothing much. You want to like go to like a... It was pretty early in the morning. He's like, oh, do you want to like go to a bakery? Like, do you want to go to a like a cafe? Some baked goods, get some coffee, just kind of sit and chat and deconstruct capitalism. And there's a place out here where we have moved that, I mean, it's a pretty... Very, very safe and, you know, tidy and nice place for my folk to be around. I'm not saying it huffs its own farts. I'm just saying, you know. I'm just saying I understand where the stereotype of the white American leftist comes from. And it was nice. I got a nice coffee. I shouldn't have gotten a nice coffee. It was very cold in there because it isn't properly insulated because it's a little cafe. It was cold. It was cold in there. But my buddy got some of the food. He said the food was pretty good. He got a couple different drinks. He got like a warm latte, and they seemed to enjoy them. What I liked about it is that it offered mint cucumber water to drink. You know what? I appreciate that. Because the tap water where I'm at sucks. Never played minions before. Do your minions pick up stuff? Nope, they do not. Just a little cat or whatever pet you got. Have I ever been to Davis Square? Oh yeah, I've been to plenty of places in Davis Square. I've been all over Cambridge and Somerville. So I no longer remember any of the names of any of the squares or where anything is. I just assume I'm either in Cambridge or Somerville. I used to have friends who lived in Cambridge, and my friends also worked, or I'm sorry, they lived in Somerville, and my friends also worked in Cambridge, so spent a lot of time just being a menace. Also spent a bunch of time in Salem. Place in Salem. My buddies used to run a bistro in Salem that doesn't exist anymore, but the place that's still kind of around is Gulu Gulu Cafe. Like a bar, and they host music. And they're like, you can put your art up on the wall and people can buy it and that kind of stuff. Actually, there's this really dope place in Salem, Massachusetts. It's a ramen shop. I forget what it's called. When you walk in, they have a projector screen playing either like iconic, like Eastern inspired movies or like anime up on the wall. Miku with the raid and Rezi with the follow. Let's go. What it do? Hello, all of you beautiful people. My name is MacroBioBoi, and I'm collecting data on jewelry caches to try to sell you on the idea that it's a good place to farm amulets prior to the tower to get clicks on YouTube. And if it's wrong, people will hate me. Heard anime, so you came in. So we were talking about places to eat in the North Shore around Boston. If people don't know, I'm from Boston. This is what I actually sound like when I talk. This is not a joke. I am just from Boston, and this is just what we sound like. And so we were talking about eateries, fine eateries to go to. And one of the places is this ramen shop in Salem, Massachusetts, you know, where the witches got burned. Or as I like to say, you know, where a bunch of men killed a bunch of women to hide their infidelity. And also to do just a little bit of race-based hate crimes against some natives. Gotta love that. And in the ramen shop, they play anime or like Eastern-inspired cinema up on a projector. But the cool part about this restaurant is there's a beer called Miller High Life, and its subtitle is The Champagne of Beers, which it is not, but it's fun to say, and it's a mostly inoffensive beer. But they will sell you a 40 ounce, so 40 fluid ounces of this beer in a glass bottle that they serve to you in a champagne bucket. So like champagne, ice, the towel on the side to wipe with, and they will walk it out to you with like the white like livery service gloves on, and pour you a flute Miller High Life Champagne of Biz, and then leave the 40 for you to finish. You ever drink a 40 at a restaurant? I have twice. It fucks every time. So we got 41K, which is 26. Not too bad. So where else do you get gem fragments from? If you see me out, I'm buying you a 40. I appreciate that. I still spend like a decent amount of time in the North Shore. We don't live there anymore, but Infernal Hordes? I don't want to do Infernal Hordes. Meh. Alright, let's do an Infernal Horde. If we're gonna do an Infernal Horde, I have to, like, swap my gear. I don't want to do an Infernal Horde.
Finest
Okay.
tools in sanction. Fashion this into something exquisite. Very well.
Oh! Everybody coming in from Miku's stream, if you're still here. I got not one, but 2 mythic rings, both from mythic swords. They call me MacroBioBoi, Mr. Sword Fingers. And this one is actually good for me because I'm a Shadow Blight build, so I would like more instances of shadow damage and damage reduction. But I crafted both of these 2 days ago, back to back. Like, crafted this one, came up with my second ring, crafted this one, and went, all right. Then you can see my weapon has quality, and my boots have all stats, and my fucking, this has 8 item. This is my best gloves. How are you gonna have a ring that looks like this, and then gloves that look like this? What are we doing? What are we doing? All right. Load up the golem. Where's my golem boots? Where are my golem gloves? Hello? Did I accidentally eat my golem glove? Does it matter? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the answer is yes, and I don't think it matters. Also, I found a single 750 amulet with 2 good passives on it, so I am going to roll that for a 3rd passive. That's life that we're living now. I need Yule. I need K. I need Bach. Ja. That's Vex. Where's my Ja rune? That's Ohm. Oh, my Ja rune's over here. Have I tested the Undercity with passive tribute stuff? I have not. What do you think would be the best Undercity for... Oh, no, I'm sorry. Like, have I done Undercity for amulets? Sure. Yeah. The question becomes, what if, 1, you don't want to run those things, 2, you're sitting on a reserve of caches, and 3, doing that stuff sucks. What if you're getting tired and you don't want to do any more goddamn motherfucking Undercities? Then, what's the best way to generate more items? An important question to ask. What if I'm tired, Grandpa? You go to the PvP zone? So that is the answer. But I can't just say go to the PvP zone every other video. But right now, the PvP zone generates 2.64 caches per rotation, as well as 13 greater affix items, as well as 2 to 5 sigils, and gold and Forgotten Souls per run. But it can't just be that. So... What else can we do? Because doing Nightmare Dungeon sucks. Gem Reserve and Specified Gem both suck the moon out of the sky, and you get nothing from it. PvP Zone, you get everything you could possibly want from it. So we have to figure out if there's anything else that we can do to generate gem fragments. So now we'll do an Infernal Horde. Oh, hold on. I got my picture. 27.7, 27.7, 41. Okay. We could do a Helltide. Burial chest. The thing about Asmodan, so the thing about the chests is that, and we'll go do one just to see what it's like. You know, we'll run a Helltide and then we'll run one and we'll see what it's like. But the major issue is that, like, saying like, oh, just go do Asmodan does require you to like go do another thing for a while and then go do Asmodan. And a little bit my question is like, what if you are sick and tired of doing all of these things? We are deep into a season. So like, what are your options? But yeah, we should, so we'll do a Helltide, which will also give us an idea of which will also give us an idea of what's it called? None of these are good. It's not always gems also. Well, right. The only thing I'm really concerned about, like, I'm asking the question, are jewelry caches worth it? And if they are worth it, how quickly can you generate them? Part of the sale is also you get other stuff too. But you don't need anything to do a PvP zone. You don't need to have done a different thing. You don't need to have gone somewhere. You can just go do it and just whole cloth generate these items. Which is different than go spend an hour doing a Helltide and getting enough Duriel horns to then go do Azmodan, to then go do 4 Azmodan fights, which do suck. I hate doing Azmodan. Like, not fun and bad. But if you're patient, it is clearly a very good thing to do. Kind of confused why everybody isn't just doing PvP chests. Do you want to know why? So PvP chests are a great way to generate a bunch of things that you need to do other stuff, but doesn't feel like as much progression. Also, a lot of people just don't know about them. But like PvP chests, yes, are just kind of superior for generating nearly everything in the game you could possibly want, other than mythics. Azmodan takes so long and is so boring, and like I've now played hundreds of hours. All of my things still aren't fully leveled up, which is insane because I never did an AFK like normal difficulty Azmodan session because I would go crazy before doing that. You got 2 mythics from PvP chests. Yeah. Doesn't really change the base statement, which is that they are not the best source of mythics. Now, I got my first mythic of the season from a T3 Nightmare Dungeon chest. I wouldn't recommend farming those bad boys for trying to get it, though, you know? What up, Goku? I'm doing well. How are you? Oh, you're gonna have to kill Duriel for sure, yeah. Oh, also pale marks. I wonder what like the average expected number of marks. I guess I'm doing a masses thing. Miss Bukake. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. What a name. It's powerful. What a beautiful family name. Is that Irish? What are we doing, boys?
Open its flesh. Tear out its living soul.
What a bad run. Wave starts with 2 more masses. Okay. Somebody told me that they don't like the constant squelching of the golem. Which I say, how dare you? After all the golem has done for us, after all the gropules and the globules they have given us, oh, it sounds terrible. It's the worst thing this game has ever put in itself. Why did they do this to us? As the kids say, do not get it twisted. This is the worst. Realize the wind all over? What does the wind all over mean? Outside you hear help me. Huh.
Shall deliver judgment. Come here seeking me. You will find only your own.
You will find only your... Oh! This is at 468 gem fragments. Okay. So that was Infernal Hordes. This was with 1,000 plus and 468 into gems. So rather than take the equipment cache, which is insane to do, but rather than take that, I took the gem cache with more gems than you would typically put in there. So this became 7, 8, 8, 11.2, 7.5, 9, 9. Sum of this is 59.7. Okay, so that was, oh, I don't know why I did that. That was a pretty bad run, right? We only got like about 1,100 Aether. You should expect to get at least like 1,500 Aether. So I probably put an amount into the gems box you would typically expect to be able to put into the gems box. And I got about 2 caches worth of gem fragments, which, why I can't rapid spam my golems, their cooldown is 4 seconds. Do you have Fell Gluttony aspect on your character? And are you oh, is it against world bosses? Because you can't generate corpses against world bosses, if that's the issue that you're running into. If you're going from gem fragments, would you still select Bartuk? I think you would, because I think if you're running Infernal Hordes just for gem fragments, you're a psychopath. Because ultimately the desire is amulets and rings, not the most gem fragments possible. So you would almost always take Bartuk because he drops a metric ton of stuff, get you back some of your Aether, and get you Scrolls of Restoration and stuff like that. And then I think you should expect to be able to do Bartuk, the big chest, and then about 300 to 400 for gems. I have Fell Gluttony. Okay. So if there are no corpses around, the golems don't eat corpses and they don't reset their cooldown, right? If there are corpses around, you expect to be able to cast it once per second, because it takes 1 second of cooldown and they eat a corpse every second. So that ends up being 4 seconds. Sometimes when you're fighting against a big pack of monsters that can live for long enough, You will also reset the cooldown with Decrepify procs, which will allow you to cast it faster. But you shouldn't expect that to happen when you're just fighting in the open world, because you don't expect to apply your curse to targets in the open world. So it's just the rate at which they eat the corpses. But if you can't cast it at least once every second, you either don't have Fell Gluttony on, there are no corpses to eat, or you're fighting a world boss and world bosses don't generate corpses. And then you go, okay, well, Infernal Hordes, actually pretty good, right? This is pretty close to PvP chests. You know, we got a bad run. We could get more Aether. That takes, what, 15 minutes? How long does that take? Each wave is like a minute plus. There's 10 waves. Is a horde run 12 minutes? Is it 15 minutes? How long is a horde run? So let's call it 70 seconds per. So 700 seconds. 10, 11. Call it 12. I'd call it 12 minutes. 12, 13, sure. Call it about 12. So you could do all of the, you could do the PvP chests nearly 3 times in a row. Call it twice. Call it just twice in the same amount of time. But, one, you get less experience, and two, what are you showing me? I haven't fully leveled up Subo's rapport. That's crazy. And if you get Aether Lords, you get a dick ton of rapport, which does get you pale marks. I just hate Infernal Hordes. You know what I mean? You need a club husband, dearly beloved husband. All right, so what else can we do? Helltides? This one ends real soon. All right, we'll wait for the next one. What else generates gem fragments, Asmodan? We could do, well, that's not a Duriel chest, though. Do legions drop gem fragments? Let's go figure it out. I believe they do. They kind of drop all basic materials, which are actually very good because you need the other basic materials to craft the blacksmith caches. We already did Nightmare Dungeons. They're very bad, especially for their time to complete. Turns out. All right, so let's get my new number. Call this Legion. We should do a treasure breach. Because treasure breach can get glittering gobos. The fact that this game doesn't have stuff like dance pisses me off. I didn't realize. Oh, I have a lot of Belial. I don't have a lot of Duriel. All right, we'll get a bunch of Duriel horns, and we'll do the 4 turn-ins for Asmodin as well. Which, tell me. Looking for prankster spot. Got 3 billion gold. Damn. Back it up, flip it into something. You need a club husband. Isn't it nice being a Necromancer and not having to slam Temerity? Because we already have pants that grant 50% damage reduction, which means we don't have to deal with Imbiber. Isn't that great? Well, I haven't opened up... I probably only have like 2, but I haven't opened up a Divine Gift in a bit. You good, Clums? Still haven't slammed 4 GA Blood Moon. You don't want to be disappointed. But aren't you disappointed every time you look at them? You know, they say that a coward dies 1,000 deaths, yet a brave man must only taste the sweet embrace of death but once. They're still tradable? Are they a perfect roll for GA? The only issue with them being 4GA is if you're not playing a minion or a golem build, kind of doesn't matter that they're 4GA. Not to shit on the cool thing that you got there, but I'm not sure that, does Blood Moon Breaches go for a lot? I just can't imagine like buying items this season, because you have to slam 1,000 in each slot. So like, am I gonna buy 1,000 perfect Blood Moon Breaches? Probably not. I was over here slamming 20s. Well, hold on. Let's back up. Are you ever going to sell them? Like, are you like fiending for gold? What is... Well, the Earthquake isn't a summon. It's not like a... It's not like an... or the Earthquake isn't an ally. I didn't get anything out of that. Not the 3,000 gold completion bonus. here's your 3,000 gold, sir. Don't spend it all in one place, sir. I'm talking about swimming in Benjamin. Legion doesn't give gem fragments. It's fun. That's fun. That's fun for everybody. Depends on demand when tower hits. Well, right now is when everybody's trying to craft for a tower. But yeah, I mean, you can hold on to them. I think everybody who is going to be seriously competing in the tower has already crafted nearly all of their gear. Swimming in Benjamin. Why am I here? Oh yeah, to see if these caches give season cache. Seasonal cache does not. Homie, shoving up to an intro, something. You the club husband. Ooh. You need a club husband. Dearly beloved husband. Acting up to an of something. There's no way you have corpse explosion here, right? You do not. So blight to 130 gets you down to 20. No, one-hander gets you up down to 18. Ugh. Gosh. Smack it up, dipping into something. You need a club husband. Dearly beloved husband. Be good, Simon. Killing Astaroth. Well, let's roll that amulet. All right, this needs to hit Gloom. Basically, I just have to get Gloom on it. Oh, that was very close. This will be my greatest amulet. Is there anything more infuriating than seeing +2 to a passive you don't need? Another +1 to gloom. I think I can afford to roll this thing until I hit it. Will I sit here and do that? +1 to gloom again. We love it. Watch me then get grandfather on this. Would lose it. I wouldn't mind Starless. Bend over. Thank you very much for the follow. Gloom again. And Elite, thank you very much for the follow. This is fun. Oh, Evulsion. The thing that sucks is I can't, like, settle for something else. Like, if I got 2 to Coalesce Blood, I can't really settle for that. Well, I kind of can. How many of a billion of gold will I spend? Blood. I should just play a different build. It sucks so bad because it's just gonna roll it off. I already know it. I'm putting that bad juju out into the world. Oh, can anybody confirm? Can you get a GA temper on a 750 item? No? Nice. On Gloom. Spend 400 million gold. Not bad. Okay. Decay. Okay. All right, we have a chance at a triple passive amulet with 2 best in slot passives. Kind of huge. We got a chance. Okay. All right. Socket it. Come on, baby. Good luck, 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 good luck. Need some gluck. Need some gluck. Need some gluck. Need some gluck. Hey, if you're in chat on Twitch chat, can you sacrifice some seeds to RNG for me, please? Need some gluck. I need that gluck gluck. Baby. Show me the money. Show me a Starless Skies amulet, baby. Hit him where it hurts. This is the best amulet I've ever had ever. Like, without a question, this is the best amulet I've ever owned in this game. Except for in season 2, I had a 4-skill amulet. So it was corpse skills. It was corpse skills, fueled by death, gloom, terror. I think that was it. Well, this is still better, right? I just need to get decay on something else. Or I'm not going to do better than effectively a 2GA amulet with 3 passives. Like, I'm just not going to get a better one unless it also gets a sanctification with a multi on it. Like, it's kind of insane how much more powerful Gloom is than the other passives. Like, Gloom itself here is a 24% increase in damage. And then it's the same amount of terror and it's Amplify over Coalesce. Coalesce is good. Amplify is actually very close. A little bit of int, a little bit of additive. So this amulet is better. Actually, hard stop now that I think about it. So this is... Alright. Actually, this is better. Yeah. I would just have to swap from this sword to this sword to get up to attack speed cap. Alright. Oh, I'm over it. Now we have it. Know what I mean? Alright, so let's do a Helltide. You showed up on time, but the booty late. Helltide. I guess for Helltide, we have to, like, We'll like do Duriel for as long as we can, and then we'll also open up chests and stuff. I think we kill our way over. Because doing the Duriels is quick. Are Chaos Unique still in the game? In the Eternal Realm, the base items still exist. But they no longer have the unique affix on them. Or unique aspect, rather. That's not the one I wanted. Where is it? Huh. Hangs of Duriel can drop gem fragments. I have to like take it out and then put it back in. I'm starting to think this guy's a bot. I'm starting to have some strong opinions about this guy and whether or not he's a bot. Who, me? Yes, you. He's right there, officer. Get him. I ain't no snitch. I ain't no snitch. And people who be doing shady shit
It is done.
really do be taking advantage of that. I think people relying on snitches need to have the fear of getting snitched on inserted back into them. That's where I'm at with my walk with Jesus. You know what I'm saying? I think people are too comfortable with the fact that there are others out there who do not snitch. Norlax, thank you for the follow. Also, thank you for waking up. That's huge, man. Ready. How does one print amulets? I'm trying to find the best way to help you do that. One of the ways is in opening gem caches, a thing which you have almost certainly never even looked at one time. So I'm trying to figure out what is the most efficient way to not only generate items, but also generate gems. Let's go open up our chest. Go along the way. You know, we love just murderizing these dudes. Where are you going? To get hearts, you just have to open up chests and kill, what's it called, right? You know, what's it called? Harbingers? Airbenders? What damage type is Golem? Physical. All three of them do physical damage. They have no other tags other than Summon, Minion, and Golem. You would think that Bone would be Bone, and Blood would be Blood, and Iron would be Darkness, but that would be cool. That would be cool and, like, clearly intended, and then just not. You just sank shadow damage on your offhand? Now your Soul Rift is stronger. Oh, goody. And your reap. That's accurate. You use sanctified physical damage on your Blood Moon breaches? Well, you did just make one of the best sets of Blood Moon Breaches you could possibly make for a Golem build. And Golem is stronger than mages. If that helps at all. Mages feel cool and you name yourself Bone Shadow. That's gonna do it. Oh, you could swap over to the Bone Mages. That's technically an option. She show up on time, but the booty late. Oh, Lord Treasure Gobbo. Ooh, we're gonna need some walkie-talkies to communicate. Just what I'm looking for, honey. Really, you need a club husband. You need a club husband. Dearly beloved husband. Well, let me show up right at the end. Perfect timing. Literally perfect. Could I be more perfect? Be back. Fine, I'll listen to Club Husband. If you haven't, hold on. If you haven't listened to Club Husband yet, what are we doing? Because clearly you need a Club Husband. Dearly beloved husband. Hit it, what you got, bound. Dig it down, down. Dig it, hey, club husband, down, dig it down, down. Dig it down, down. Dig it down, down, dig it down, club husband. Sooners, thank you very much for the follow. Soon is rather than late is, am I right? Any tips after hitting level 60? Yeah, so one, I would recommend using any of the endgame guides that we have on Maxroll for whatever build you're playing, just so you can get an idea of what you're aiming for. You don't have to follow it exactly, but it'll give you really good guidelines for like, oh, hey, you know what? You should probably be keeping an eye out for XYZ, that kind of stuff. I think that's generally a pretty good rule of thumb. Then I would go take an hour, and I would go farm the PvP chests. If you don't know what I'm talking about, !PvP. Get into Torment 1. Go to the PvP zone. Open up these chests for about an hour. Replace all your gear with ancestral gear. Also give you a bunch of good resources and stuff, and gold, and basically everything that you need. You don't have to kill nothing. You literally just run around and you open up chests. And then after that, start running pits, start getting your glyphs, leveling them up to at least level 46. And then kind of incrementally work on everything you got. If you got some boss mats, go do that. Go do some hell tides. Once you get some of the corrupted body parts, go do some Asmodans, get a couple tributes, go do some undercities. Just kind of keep ping-ponging around whenever you have a whisper and you ever have like keys to go do something. Don't worry too much about like saving stuff and being super efficient for endgame. Literally just go do the content. It does not matter. You are inundated with thousands of everything you could ever possibly want. So you just kind of want to go get a good grip on what you enjoy doing. And that's what I would do. Yeah, no problem, Suna. Also, sorry I used your name to have a little bit of an episode there while you were showing up to ask an earnest question about, like, good tips and tricks. Sorry. That was a lot of energy to walk into. It was funny for me, though, and hopefully it was funny for somebody else, too. If not, mostly just a waste of all of our time, which sucks. What can you do? What can you do? Oh, buddy's nerfed, you know? It was entertaining. That's what I was looking for. That and a club husband. Clearly you need a club husband. Look at these little golems go. Look at them. Are you not entertained? What is that? Is that Gladiator? Is that Gladiator? Is that man who keeps being cast as Greco-Roman and isn't? Remember when that dude was every Greco-Roman person in every movie, like for a little bit? Wasn't that weird? What was that? What was his name? What was his name? What's that actor's name? No, not Russell. Wait, hold on. Was that Russell Crowe? Oh, then who's off-brand Russell Crowe? Who played 300? Gerard Butler. That's it. It's weird how they made two Russell Crowes. Isn't that weird? Why'd they make a second Russell Crowe? They did make 3 Skarsgårds, which is crazy. Hey, real quick, and I am not body shaming. This is not body shaming. This isn't body shaming. It isn't. All right? Everybody's beautiful to somebody. Not finding somebody physically attractive is not the same thing as them not being physically attractive. But the amount of people that find the Skarsgårds attractive, I believe, is disproportionate to their very unique anatomy. That's it. That's all I gotta say. That's it. That's it. It doesn't go much deeper than that. Yeah, you can have all of your Bone Storms sitting on top of a boss. They have enough overlap. I'm just saying, the amount of people that find the Skarsgårds attractive is disproportionate to kind of what they got going on. You know what I mean? They've got a very specific kind of look going on. You know, the same thing with like Steve Buscemi. You know? Like Steve Buscemi's got a lot going on. And in his younger years, pretty handsome guy. But even at like peak Buscemi, what Buscemi had going on is a very particular look. You know what I mean? Christopher Walken has a very particular look. I also would argue, in his younger years, pretty handsome. It's just a particular look. That makes you go, oh, a lot of people are into this? Okay. All right. You know? Like Pablo Pascal. So I feel like he was significantly hotter in Game of Thrones. Yeah, you're talking about Pedro. Pedro! I think Pedro is a very attractive man without being like a classically sexy man. I don't think a lot of people go pound for pound, doesn't open his mouth, has never said a thing, just looking at him, sexiest man alive. I think he's got a lot of fucking charisma. He'll emotionally connect to you. You know, in like a sexy way. You know? And also, him as, what was his character in Game of Thrones? Dude, brain gone. Brain gone. Brain gone, can't think. Can't do things. Oberyn Martell. Martells. That is who the ruling family is. The Martells. Oberyn. Which sucks, because like not only have I read all the books, but I've also read the prehistories. I've read a lot. I've read a lot of Sword and Fire and Ice. Or Song of Fire and Ice. Oberyn Martell. Prince Oberyn. Master of Coin Oberyn. At one point. As Oberyn, he had it all going on. Because the character that he was playing was powerful. Powerful, powerful, powerful. And like sexy powerful. Like, oh, okay. Oh. You know, like when people are writing their potions, be like, I would kill for you. There is no power in this world that would keep me from your side. Like that, Oberyn could actually, you know, like I say that and I believe that, but I'm 5'7", 160. So, you know, I gotta temper my fury every once in a while. Like, if the dude's only got like 20 pounds on me and doesn't have a gun, like, sure. But I have to kind of temper kind of who I am. But Oberyn could do it. You know, like he could protect you in that way. He was sexy for that. But outside of Game of Thrones, he's got a lot more emotional charisma, emotional attractiveness. Skarsgårds, dude. Like they all play monsters and they all look weird. And people are dropping draws over these dudes. I'm like, damn. Maybe it's been hard on people. Maybe life has been hard on people. Maybe we're all really going through it, you know? Hello? Slay the enemies. Can do. I love slaying enemies. Geeking out over the Skarsgård? Are we geeking out over them? No, I'm doing a very light amount of not body shaming, but body questioning. Not even body questioning, psychology questioning. There are a lot of people who are into Skarsgård's it. And I think we should really analyze that. I think we should really have some conversations about it. That's all I'm saying. You know, like, the part that you missed was me saying, like, in no way, shape, or form shaming these people. People are beautiful no matter what. But the amount of people who seem to be into the Skarsgård look seems to be disproportionate to the approaching as much as you can, you know, objective realization of, like, classic attractive features for their demographic. They're interesting to look at. They're interesting to look at people. And it just seems, it's weird. It's weird. It's weird and I'm not afraid to say it. If this gets me Skarsgård canceled, we're just gonna have to accept that and move on with our days. Hell gave way to their champion. Oh no. I didn't really see him. Was he scary? Gotta go to this. And then we'll do like 2 Duriels. Dearly beloved husband. Wait, where's... What? There was a chest here. What? What? Hello? There was a chest there. That's fun. That's crazy. How and why did that happen? Y'all saw me put a marker on a chest. So how did that happen? How did we get there? You preferred the curry it? I just don't like it. But I don't like it for very, and I can't stress this enough, incredibly reasonable reasons. I don't like the story it. And it's not just because, spoiler alert, he equates like the totality of like ultimate fear as just a spider. I don't know if people know this, but I think Stephen King is kind of creeped out by spiders. But I don't like the story of it for one particular scene they explore that I feel like didn't really help propel the story of it forward in any meaningful way, and kind of just continued on with the very weird tradition that Stephen King has, being weird about sex. And if you read it, you know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't read it, but you've only like tangentially heard of the story of it, you're like, but Mac, how could there even be a scene like that? Isn't the story of it just kind of like the story of this eldritch horror being that is like from beyond the stars, just kind of terrorizing children? And I go, this Venn diagram is a circle. And doesn't that suck? Because Stephen King, pretty weird guy, I'd say. Damn, Stephen King, you're weird. At least he's not J.K. Rowling. So, like, you got me there, man. Scrunchy Cakes, thank you for the follow. Can mages compete with Golem? Can they compete with Golem? Can you define compete? Killing T4 bosses is rough. You're at Paragon 270, but you don't have Mythic yet? I think that your progression of your character has exceeded your gear progression, so that's why you might be experiencing like a bit of a disjointed power between the two. Oh no. Do you have an ancestral weapon? Like where's your gear at in general? Would you say good gear? But can you a little bit better define good? Because mages, like you have to like generate and eat corpses to activate a lot of your damage multipliers on a minion build. So if you're kind of just like standing there and waiting for them to kill bosses, they will take a little bit of time, but mage minion by Paragon 270 should be kind of rolling. Should be rolling T4 bosses, especially solo, I would say. You have a new, okay, so you're not like, so this build isn't Paragon 270. Okay. What kind of problems do you have? Like, how long does it take you to kill the boss? And are you clicking buttons? Like, are you clicking raise skeleton? Like, are you generating a corpse and clicking raise skeleton? Are you using an endgame version of it and not applying a curse fast enough because you don't have like a means of applying cursed aura or anything like that? Like, what's the only way you could really be having problems against a boss if you have all the uniques that you're supposed to have, but not your mythics yet, and you have glyphs all at 46, is if you just aren't activating your damage multipliers.
Into this creature. I must end the ritual.
And then I guess I would ask, do you know how to activate the damage multipliers of a mage minion build? Like when I say that, do you know which skills do that for you? Are you fairly new to the build in general? Because mages are weaker than Golem, just to like put that out there. But there isn't a Necromancer build in the game that actually like can't kill T4 bosses efficiently. So that's not really like a mage issue so much. Yeah, the big thing with the mage minion as well, right, is that it takes 25 attacks before they even become archmages. And the archmage is when they then get the ability to fire off multiple shattering missiles, which is like a 33% increase to their damage. They are a ramping damage build as well, because you have to hit them with multiple darkness skills to be able to activate your gloom passive. You need to cast Blight on them to gain the 10% damage multiplier to shadow damage. You need to generate and then consume a corpse, not only with corpse tendrils to activate the 50% damage multiplier, but also to cast Raise Skeleton. Raise Skeleton grants them a damage multiplier. Then on top of that, it consumes a corpse. Consuming a corpse 3 times will activate your Flesh Eater node and your Fueled by Death node. So there's kind of like there's a lot going on for the build. And you are correct to identify that other builds, which aren't ramping builds, do not experience this problem. My best bet is that like you're not clicking enough buttons and are currently unaware of why the buttons matter. Then there is casting Bone Prison on the target. That's accurate. Casting Bone Prison on the target is a 15% damage multiplier. And then canceling that same Bone Prison is another 20% damage multiplier. If you're not actually at 100% bonus attack speed for them, then you're losing out on a ton of damage from like their cult leader, etc. So there's a lot of moving parts. I will say that the Mage Minion is our highest APM and probably one of our more convoluted Necromancer builds. you kind of have to want to play really hard to make a mage minion build good. The benefit of it, though, is that if you're not fighting a boss and you're not doing hard content, you could just kind of stand AFK and do nothing. That's like the benefit of the build. But if you're expecting the same output as other builds on a build that isn't really airmarked for that content, that is a misunderstanding of its strengths. Yeah, no problem, Scrunchy. How we doing, Puff Mac? So yeah, I would recommend kind of acclimating yourself a bit more. Like read through the thing. Like don't just copy the build guide. Like read through what it's offering and kind of take a look at that. I got 2 gems. So that's obviously going to be like a huge gain here. Applying curses at endgame? Yes. And that is only for the pit. Literally only for the pit. If you're not doing the pit, you should have Igni Wat for a rune word instead of Ahu Cax. Because they don't apply the curse at an effective enough rate for typical monsters to actually get the benefit before they would die. So yeah, if you're not applying a curse to the target and you're waiting on Blood Moon breaches, you're doing 50% less damage, right? You're doing half of the damage that you could be. Sorry. You're doing 66% of the damage that you could be, not half. And that's just one of your multipliers. Where did I get this from? Okay, so let's... Oh, that was fun. So there's that. Tide is 105.3, 6.8, 5.5, 7.3, 8.5, 105, and 5.5. Some of this. This is 243. That. Oop. 45 min. 7 plus burial. Every chest. Multi events. Oh, baby. Level 5 seasonal power. So still very good. Nowhere near PvP chest effectiveness. But which may have covered. Why doesn't Corpse Tendrils work on world bosses? Corpse Tendrils does work on world bosses. The issue that doesn't work on world bosses is lucky hit chance and activated triggers. So world bosses are bugged, where you can't trigger the vast majority of lucky hit chance effects on them. So you just aren't generating corpses. The only thing that can generate corpses against a world boss is Sever. with the Sever leaves a corpse at the end of its travel. But you can't trigger Lucky Hit Chance. You don't generate corpses from Hewed Flesh. You don't generate corpses from Reap. You're also not like triggering your curse. And then you don't have anything to target. But it does work on Asmodan, which I find confusing because we fight Asmodan with more people all day. But we don't, but the world boss works? How's that? How's that how that works? Who saw that coming?
Decent steel, unique.
Okay. And now we only have one corrupted horn, but I guess we could go do one Asmodan and then extrapolate it. Asmodan for Duriel. Thanks. I wasn't gonna make it out of there alive without that. No, there was a while where Zarbin Zet was like my favorite city to go to. I don't remember why though. Happy New Year's there. How we doing, Wizard? This is my first D4 season. I don't know the patch strength. I think it would be cool if Affliction was a strong endgame build. Yeah, would definitely be cool. One of the issues with Affliction not being a particularly strong endgame build, and it's still fine. Like somebody has done Pit Tier 95 on Affliction. One of the issues with it is that it doesn't have any scaling aspects or uniques for it. So like Shadow Blight as a key passive has two different massive damage scaling aspects for it. Affliction has none. So it runs out of vectors to scale its damage. Which is obviously a problemo. That's what building was Golem. I had no issue smashing everything. Boss was easier. Is there any reason to go mages over Golem overall at this point other than AFK Helltides? Is there a reason to? No, there's never really a reason to play a less meta build than a more meta build if the thing that you care about is playing the best build. It just comes down to, do you want to play it instead? Do you enjoy doing it instead? But the same can be said of literally everything. Like, you shouldn't be playing anything other than Shadow Blight. So I don't even know why we're talking about minions. That feels kind of shitty, right? And also, like, is ignoring a lot of facets. I don't really like to make generalized statements like this because I don't find them to be particularly valuable, nor do I think that it paints, like, the nuances of why people play this video game in a valuable way. So the reason to play a build is because you want to play a build. But if you don't care about playing a build and you instead care about accomplishing a thing in the game, then we can walk away from like the identity of builds and whether or not they're inherently valuable. Like, I do not find AFK farming to be valuable or interesting. Some people do. As such, Golem is significantly worse than than the alternative, right?
My influence is encompassing.
But
Sin will rise like a tide and drown this world.
sorry. But that's not the most valuable thing to another person. We can't come to like an objective truth about these things unless we fully define the criteria. It just comes down to, if fun, then do. If you care about something other than the fun of doing it, then do the other thing. This was supposed to drop like a decent amount of gem shards, right? Or gem bits? How many gem bits did I get? An amount. So 2, 1, 2, 1.2, 2, 1, 1.2. Equal to sum of this, 10,000. Chest opened. You need a club husband.
Magic in all things.
Mm-hmm. I guess we can do a... What's it called?
What's left, you ask?
A escalating dungeon. Did the hidden boss only one person could open the box as this intended? 3 of us did the hidden boss. Only one of us can open the box. I am confused by the question. Can you increase the amount of context?
Let's say only longer than this.
My buddy's going through pictures of... Okay. My buddy is going through pictures of this rave group that we rave with. And he did find a picture of me 9 years ago. Titled, "Not Me Finding a Picture of Young Fuckboy, MacroBioBoi." Never forget. This was me at 26. Yowza. Damn, I look good. We did the hidden boss, the one you can only access purified items. My person had the set, so we opened it. We went in his portal and he got the loot and cosmetic. We can't even. The box was wondering if it was intended. I was able to open up the chest when I did it with my friend, so I'm not too sure. I do not have better info for you. I'm sorry. That's like, I have never opened it myself, actually. I've only ever opened the box with my buddy. So I don't believe so, but I'm not sure. All right, so now we do a treasure breach, or not a treasure breach, a escalating sigil. Someone was saying that you get a good amount of gems at the end if you fight Astaroth. I also just have to do that for my thing, so I guess this is a good expenditure of my time. And I need to do 3 more chaos waves, and I still haven't. Okay. World boss in 3 minutes? Perfect. I'm going to use this time to go to the bathroom. I'm going to run down to the world boss. I'll run ads. We'll take the world boss. We'll do this. And then we'll do our analysis. And I'll try to open up a few more boxes to see kind of if we can get an idea of what the average expectation for GAs from them are. And then... Am I aware my face is taking up most of the screen? I am, Hawk. Yeah. I was just showing everybody something. I'm also about to get up to go to the bathroom. Yeah, this is how I stream. You guys can enjoy over here. You can track my divine favor. Diablo 4 is a great game. Wish you guys could see it. You would love it. All right, I'll be right back. Run ads now, so we're not interrupted. The fact that anybody is watching at all is insane, considering I'm literally doing clerical work. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. Same viewership over on YouTube. Damn. Shoutouts to YouTube. Thank you for the likes on the stream. It helps out a ton. And I will BRB. Look at this. Isn't that cool? Oh no, this is my bad character. Oh no. I don't know. Look at these. Oh, my body is telling me yeah.
much gets past me.
Am I dead? Hell yeah, Asmodan's dead. Let's go, baby. Huge. Huge for the kids. Yeah, that's what we like to call getting something for nothing. Oh my god, I ran out of space for heavenly sigils? Excuse me? Hold on. Yeah, what up, 500? Thank you so much for the 4 months. Thank you so much. Incredibly kind of you. I don't think I want to do an escalating dungeon that is also... Oh, gem reserve. I'm gonna keep that as an example. Damn, I'm finally full on... I'm finally full on heavenly sigils. Why did we end up on Humongous Mac? Oh, you missed a picture of me in my prime.
My magics await your return.
I was showing a buddy of mine was looking up event photos from the rave group that we rock with, and he found a picture of me from 9 years ago. It's a good picture. I look good. I look good, and I'm not afraid to say it.
What's left, you ask? All finished, are you?
Sorry for caps. Nah, you're good, homie. I didn't think you were just screaming at me. Yeah, I hate how many keys I have and the fact that like we can't mush them together or something. Like, what if you have infinite keys? It's like, I don't hate having infinite keys. I do hate not being able to complete a task.
Let me show you.
That is the thing I do not like. Okay, so then what's the last thing? I guess just an escalating boy. We'll do hidden armory. Endless gate, never. I will never run endless gates. Hard stop. It is the worst dungeon in the game. It's the worst dungeon in the game and has been the entire time and is offensive to me. Like, the only reason why I don't find it to be disrespectful that's in the game is because it's meant to be, it feels like, one, a prank, but it feels like a thing whose entire purpose is to make you appreciate that you're not running endless gates. Like, that's how bad it is. You're like, damn, at least this isn't endless gates whenever you're in any other dungeon. I started at like 3:30. The Tithe Box. Y'all remember the Tithe Box? No, not Tide Pods. The Tithe Box. Just spits out like a small amount of little resources. I love that so much. Wait, no, I just got a Mythic Prankster. Endless Gates. Are you serious? Sorry, dude. You have to salvage it. You can't run that. You have to salvage it. Damn, it's real. That's insane. I just wouldn't. I would never run that. I would never run that out of spite. That's how bad it is. Have a good one, Simon. How long is this dungeon? Daily, you need a club husband. Daily beloved. Oh, Morton, did you do any of the homework I assigned you? Listening to T-Pain. That's right. If you watch my stream, it comes with homework. You did? Nice. Did you start with War Pigs, though? Oh, I don't know if the War Pigs is on Spotify. You might have had to have found it on YouTube. I'm not sure. Found war pigs. Autotune is not really your thing. Yeah, autotune is like definitively his thing. One of the things about the autotune though is that T-Pain is without autotune a good singer. So you can also look up him singing without autotune. The autotune is a choice as opposed to like a tool being utilized. It is a thing to make a particular sound. Just to recontextualize that a bit.
Now you have quite a tale.
Oh, for sure. It's also fine to not like the way a thing sounds. Would you advise Zeal or Zenith? I would go with Zenith. I think it's just a lot more fun to play than Zeal. Wish we could salvage tributes and horde keys as well. Yeah, it's like weird. It's weird that we can't. Like I have 110 horde keys. What am I doing with those? I can't run 110 hordes. I would die. I forgot that random bosses come and hunt you down in here. Yeah, at least Heavenly Sigils like sell for a good amount of gold. I think Infernal Horde keys sell for like 30 gold. Something silly like that. Oh. Is this Obols? I didn't know this was Obols. This was Obols. Well, now I care very much about these chests. And you burn through my 100? I don't think you're getting through 100, boo-boo. I think you're good. I don't know if you're that good. Light work? It's 11, it's like 11,000 minutes. It's so many minutes. Call it 12,000, be safe. 2,000, it's 200 hours. You got 200 hours? If you got 200 hours, we can make this happen.
I had that in my bag.
You need a club husband. Oh, have you ever stopped to consider, Himbo? Getting a club husband from T-Pain?
What's still got some good in it?
'Cause I've been thinking about getting a club husband. This is a nice build. Thanks. What do you need? What do you do indeed with your spare tributes? With my spare tributes? Nothing. They rot. they rot in a corner. I don't know that there is a thing to be done with them. To be sadly honest. There's still so much dungeon. But do I care? No. What up, Gustav? How we doing, Eric? I haven't fought Astaroth since he got added to the game.
Have only a short time together. Let's savor it while it lasts. Wonder
That was fun.
how sweet the pain of destruction. Until next time, wonder.
Now, a little bit of vibe and spit. Now you're on Florida time. Somebody say you know you fine. Holy match. Your vocal sim comes from the Don't Tap the Glass album. Would you care to make your apology video now? Don't Tap the Glass is an incredible little project from Monsieur Tyler. I love Don't Tap the Glass. You know what? I love Don't Tap. How dare you? I love Don't Tap the Glass. What is this? Now you're on Florida time. Doodly doo doo doo. Wow. This was escalating. This is actually pretty bad. And this was with a gem reserve as one of the beginnings. Okay. All right, I mean, PvP chests, and it's PvP chests with a bullet, and it's not even close. Is there anything else that generates gems? Like, efficiently? Yo, what up, Nihilus? How we doing? Long time watcher of the channel, but my first live. Love your math videos. Well, this is how we get to those math videos. Watching my live stream is realizing that like the whole time all I'm ever doing is math. It's all I'm ever doing. It's a little bit sad if we're being honest, but it's okay because at the end of it, I get to make declarative statements about expected average outcomes from RNG systems. We already did Infernal Horde. So we have done PvP chests, a gem reserve sigil, a specific gem reserve sigil, Infernal Hordes, Hell Tides, Asmodan with a Duriel turn-in, and an escalating Nightmare Dungeon sigil with a gem reserve as the first one. Let God sort them out? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think everybody has clips at number 1 for this year. It's kind of not even close. We already did hordes. Hordes, dumping everything into gems. I think you should still kill Bartuk because the idea of doing hordes only for gems is insane. Because the end result is that we want to generate amulets and rings. Not we want to generate gems. But what thing could we do which generates these things efficiently? Is the question. And these are all the things that we've done. You're Georgia fine. Well, hold on now, though. Embo, have you heard Club Husband by T-Pain? Did I study with a major in math? My degree is in microbiology, and I'm autistic. So I like puzzles. Yeah, treasure breach is, we could do a treasure breach as well. I was going to say, like, you can't really choose to do a treasure breach, but a lot of people right now could. Understudied for Opals and Gamble Amulets. So, there's a couple different things. The thing that I'm investigating is the value of these caches. I'm not investigating the value of other systems to generate items, because the best thing that you can do is run, like, nothing but Undercity ad nauseum. That's kind of the best way to generate items. Also, if I run one more Undercity, I'm gonna fucking die and scream blood out of my throat until it congeals and I eventually asphyxiate. Because I don't want to do any more Undercities. Because like everybody else, I've done hundreds of Undercities. What up, blood? Do whisper caches? Whisper caches can have them in them, yes. But that's not so much a very easy to repeat and choose outcome. But I believe that they have gem fragments in them. Because, like, I have another 100-ish I need to run. Right? I have so many Harmony. A little bit of Robin spit. Now you're on Florida time. How we doing, blood? What are you doing over on YouTube? We got blood fights over on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. And everybody in between and outside of. Stay on Florida time. Doodly doodly bam. You judge a fine. Maybe you need a club husband. You need a club husband. Dearly beloved husband. Back it up, big and into something. Oh, that's awesome. What am I trying to accomplish? You Georgia fan. Holy matrimony, acrimony. Homeboy raw dogging the cosmetics. This man really said, I have no time. I must win. There is not a single piece of matching anything on the... There's a lot of thigh in here. Hold on, can we talk about how cunty these boots are? Also, when did my picture get so small? I need to be big. Y'all see how much thigh is in here? We did do that, and we did a Helltide. Helltide is also very good. Helltide generates about 8 caches per 45 minutes, where I did 7+ Durials. I opened every chest. I did multiple events, and I have level 5 seasonal power. We got 2 or 3 gems from that. Well, we got 2 gems from that and a bunch of gem shards. The only thing here, though, is that opening up PvP chests takes like 3 minutes. This took 45 minutes, so I could do this like 10 to 15 times. So this is by far the best way to generate gem shards. It's like not even close. But the last thing that we could do, which is what somebody said, treasure breach. Nearly a club husband. Treasure breach. Nearly club husband. All right. Oh, but they're not going to drop extra special ones. Why does he drop so many tributes of harmony?
Bless you.
Greed Shrine. But it's a cursed Greed Shrine. We are not investigating Obels to Amulets. Basically, I'm investigating, is this even a viable way of generating stuff? So here's the primary investigation. What is the value of a jewelry cache? That's like the first kind of like part of the equation. And then it goes, if jewelry cache valuable, what is an activity which you can do which generates you the most caches the most quickly? So it is predominantly investigation of the caches. All other things are secondary to that. In that, the idea is in anything that you do in the video game, you are doubling up on efficiency. So like, if it turned out that doing nightmare dungeons for caches was the best route, then caches can never be good, because doing nightmare dungeons is very low value.
Bless you.
Because you get effectively no drops while you're doing it, right? If you have to use a sigil which says you get gems as opposed to obels, as opposed to whatever, as opposed to a treasure breach, as opposed to mythic prankster, then it would never be good, because doing the nightmare dungeons as a base is bad. The reason why I already like the reason why I have a bias for PvP zone, and it's kind of nice to see that it's also the most efficient for this, is that the PvP zone also just generates a metric ton of value. So it is one of the best ways to generate sigils if you've already spent all of your dust. It is one of the best ways to generate gold, just kind of bar none, other than selling stuff. It is one of the best ways to generate ancestrals per minute. You just don't have control over what kind of ancestrals they are. It also generates like all the forgotten souls and veiled crystals that you'll need to be able to do it. And it's an activity which you aren't currently burnt out from doing, and is very easy to do. Everything else here does require you to have the thing to go do it. So like doing the Helltide is great. Doing a Helltide for an hour is perfectly fine. I'm one a little bit bored of doing a Helltide. But also two, doing the Helltide itself doesn't generate a ton of items. It generates a decent amount of items, but not per minute. It generates like 15-ish ancestral pieces of gear over the hour if you open up every single cache. With the other benefit of doing these caches being that we currently exist in a world where people are actually okay with crafting on amulets that are 750. So this not generating full ancestrals actually isn't a bad thing. This was a treasure breach that had a gem goblin in it. Oh. A little bit of vibe and split. Wing. Hang on, Florida time. Of an excuse you call a boyfriend. And mostly because it's already taken me a lot of time to even generate this data, right? We've been doing this for 4 hours. I a little bit don't want to go track down efficiency of obols. To be honest with you, like the answer is like obol sigils are just really good. So, oh, of an excuse you call a boyfriend. Like doing PvP chests in about 4 minutes. Let's call it 4 minutes. We'll retime it. We'll time it, and we'll also get a sense of how many amulets that we get. Because here's one of the other things. It's completely worth it for you to open up these caches if you haven't done it. Hair is cunt, thank you. It's getting real. It's getting real long. The cool part about how long it's getting is that the back of the hair is finally long enough that when I do a ponytail, this part of the back of my hair can actually get up into it, which gives it a lot of stability. And you missed one recently, Himbo. Oh, Streamlabs. Sorry, it doesn't like the word cunt, which makes sense, but it's Streamlabs is homophobic. Get any awesome sanctifications? I have. Say hello to my sword fingers. Oh, wrong fingers. The thing that I was going to say is one of the things you miss is that if I could do my ponytail and actually get the back of the hair up into it, which gives it a lot of, gives it up like a lot of rigidity. The ponytail that comes out of this is so cunty. It's like, hello, hi, how are we doing? Where are rings? Here? Here's my grandfather ring. And where's my other ring? Oh, here it is. And here's my Doombringer ring. We're getting to high ponytail. We're getting there. This is a fresh wash day. That's why I don't want to be like flattening it already. This is a fresh wash day, so. When Bloodlance Gorequills consumes blood orbs, does that reduce the overpower timer on Rathman's key passive? Yep. Yep. It is as if you have consumed a blood orb. Just a little bit of vibe and spit. Spit! Now you're on Florida time.
Rings on your return.
Were towers the best experience in the PTR? I don't know anything about how to get experience in this game.
Hello, shining. Oh, well.
I'm good for a lot of stuff I don't care about and have no insight into how to get experience in this game. Coming back home. For all along, just a little bit of vibe and spit. Spit. On Florida time. Mm-hmm. All right, so now we stop recording because I've been recording for a while. And this is farming gems all day.
Let's go.
We have to be efficient, so I'm not going to play on controller. I doubt that towers will outperform because they've already changed the pit to not be, and I don't expect them to just do the same thing again. Of an excuse you call a boyfriend. Somebody is farming the PvP zone, but it doesn't seem to be for the chests. Or maybe they are. Yeah, I just saw them here, right? Oh, no, they are. Huh. Hey, buddy. No, don't attack me. Don't attack me, I'm just running by you. You miss free-for-all PvP? I'm not sure what that means. Oh, what just happened? Oh, missed a chest. What? Ah, gotcha. Just saying that there were more people around. My only issue though is that back then, if the Barbarian was actually built correctly, it was physically impossible to kill them. I don't know. Actually, I don't know how many seasons deep that made it. Maybe we had two very different experiences playing the video game. I don't think that it has actually become any like more or less one-shotty or more or less completely immune to damage. We just had more builds that were literally completely immune to damage back then. I do not believe that I ever experienced a good PvP system in this game. But like playing in the PvP zone, obviously like we would mess around. Like when we were doing PvP zone for leveling, like leveling meta, we would also mess around in PvP. And I quite literally couldn't kill Rob's Barbarian. I couldn't do damage to them. They generated barrier faster than I could physically do damage to them. On Necro, at the very least. Or I was in Blood Mist and exploded 50 corpses simultaneously. Which doesn't mean it's not fun. I just don't know that I've ever actually experienced like two people dueling it out and like it being a battle of attrition. There also was just what's it called? The Thorns effect. What is that aspect? The one that says your thorns explodes. And barbs and druids would just run by, or not druids, barbs would just run by packs of mobs and they would trigger it and explode on you because it was monsters doing damage to you, which you didn't have DR against. All right, so this is a 5-minute route. We got to put a time to everything, but it is. I also generated 4 amulets, right? That's just a data point, and I generated 12 GA pieces of gear. So like benefits is like 4 amulets, 12 GA pieces, 12 GAs. I think in Helltide, I probably generated like 15 GAs. Hordes obviously is like 6 GAs. Each one of these. Duriel is obviously like something like 6 GAs. The escalating Nightmare dungeon, I don't know, like 6. Wait, what was the secondary one? This wasn't escalating, this was treasure breach. This isn't to shit on your fine memories of PvP. I never really experienced good PvP, but I also wasn't doing like GM duels. Time to cache. So doing a PvP zone rotation is 5 minutes. Doing any of these nightmare dungeons, if you're just like blasting through them, are like 3 minutes to also make sure you hit all of the like chests. You can definitely do it shorter. Call these 2 minutes, sure. Infernal Hordes is 12 minutes. Helltide, this was 45 minutes. Asmodan, how long does it take to actually summon Asmodan? I see guides that have an amulet with +2, a bunch of stuff. How do you get an amulet with nothing but pluses? They're incredibly rare, and it's a best in slot item that you're shooting for, and you just try to get as close to that as you possibly can. There's no way to just choose to get it, but part of the research that we're doing right here is how to generate the most amulets as quickly as possible to see what that looks like. What do you think the best scroll farm is? Scroll? Like reset scroll? Infernal Hordes? Pick the Infernal Horde that you can do the bare minimum to get a Bartuk and then go kill Bartuk? Asmodan? Is Asmodan like a solid like 5 minutes? Escalating, you have to run like 3 dungeons in a row. That's like 7 minutes. And then the treasure breach is just a regular dungeon, so call that 2 minutes. Great. Well, the thing about Asmodan is that you have to summon him and then kill him. Killing him takes about like 2 minutes. Summoning him takes more than 2 minutes. Like for the full loop. Asmodan is 1.5 minutes. Just to spawn him. It feels longer than that, but okay, I'll call him 4 minutes. Oh no, not this. Or so now we have this little table. Why is fragment amounts down here? I don't need this. Get rid of that. So you're generating 2 amulets per minute with 8% chance of it being an ancestral amulet. with some of these netting you more amulets in addition to that. To show up on time, but the booty late. Ciao, Raphael. What's going on? Really, you need something. Ooh. That's a good ring. Can roll that and try to replace my shadow. My shadow doodle over here. Excuse me. Okay. And then we go do an Undercity. We time that out. You just do Radiance with...
You'll see.
Like, you just run Radiance with passives, right? And you just run this ad nauseum. What up, Ear Burnt? As a resident Necro aficionado, what would you recommend for fun on Necro this season? Golem Necro. Very fun. Just turn off the game sounds if you don't like the blech noise that they make.
Make something new with these.
Dearly beloved. Call it 3 minutes. There is one part to it as well, though, which is the processing of loot after. That is actually important to take into account. How long would you say it takes you to process the loot from an Azmodan kill?
That foolish angel cannot save you from me.
That's not completely fair, right? Because you do it 4 times in a row and you get to salvage while, like, the next one is going. So it's just the addition of a singles, because you would do it like 4 times, right? Because you go, okay, you're fighting them, then you're salvaging loot while they're kind of starting up the next one, then you're fighting them again, then you're salvaging loot while you're doing that, then you're fighting them again, then you're salvaging loot. And then on the last one, you got to do the song and dance of like, drop all the sigils, go salvage them, come back. I'm going to say average 4 minutes feels good. The 5 minutes I'm doing for the PvP zone, because it was only 4.5 minutes. The 5 minutes I'm doing for the PvP zone takes into account the salvage and the reset. Curious with the Skelly Mages. An important thing to keep in mind about that Skelly Mage update is that the person who has the number 2 clear on Skelly Mages does have quite literally 30% damage off from perfect gear. That is just an important thing to know. Like, they have grandfather boots. And they have, you know, starless pants, and their gear is pretty insane. Just watching Detroit videos on YouTube, making a Fist of Heaven, Smiter on solo hardcore, wanted to know the ins and outs of Holy Bolt. Then I seen you were live. Awesome vids, dude. Yo, thank you, Earbird. Whoa, why are these little guys here? What are they doing here? All right. This was about 4.5 minutes. Is this what people are running for Undercity? That's a good ring. Tribute of Refinement. Masterworking materials? This drops scrolls? But how do you deal with the fact that you're at Obdicite cap? And it sucks to see all this Obdicite on the ground. Is this what we're doing? Radiance? I kept the receipt though, because that one might not work for you, so you want to check it out. I love you. Or I'm sorry, Radiance. Is there an Obdicite cap? There is. 999,000. Luckily, I masterworked my entire stash, so I'm not going to see this again for like 2 days. But I was at Obdicite cap, and when you're at Obdicite cap, all the Obdicite stays on the ground, and you can't pick it up, and it's literally impossible to see items. It is heinous. All right, I'm gonna do one more. That kind of sucked. E4 needs a loot filter, like in PoE. While I disagree, we are getting a loot filter in the expansion. So luckily, you don't gotta worry about that.
That foolish angel cannot see.
And I'm excited for the expansion. Like, I don't think the expansion magically fixes everything, right? I don't believe that the team behind the wheel here has set the precedent of, like, non-iterative, like, design space for everything. Like, we expect them to be working on stuff continuously, which is a good thing. People pretend like it's not a good thing. I don't understand why. It's very weird to me. But it is a good thing that there is a commitment to continue to better stuff. But, like, I already think that right now, like, there are complaints that I have as a grinder of the game about things which are less than ideal. And the fact that I'm still grinding in the game at all because the tower is about to come out is actually just like a testament to the fact that it's like, oh, it does turn out that, like, at least the base experience of, like, playing it is, like, fun enough where I'm not fully burnt out. I'm closing in on burnt out. I know other people are burnt out. Because after, like, the first 2 weeks, I start to play the game a lot more casually. But, like, man, when the game has Heraldric Cube crafting and a loot filter and an Atlas passive tree and an endless scaling difficulty for reward and enough differentiation between torment tiers to make it so that you shouldn't expect to get to the top one, and the one that you do get at can have a value because, like, speed can outperform just raw, like, raw bonus. When all that's in there and skill tree is actually good and not just garbo, it's gonna be real nice to, like, just be a fan of Diablo 4. I'm just excited to be a fan of Diablo 4 and just have it be strictly a do you like it or not, and not this thing is inherently of low value. That's what I'm mostly looking forward to. Oh, I hate this. This is pretty good. It's giving. You guys reported the Obdicite cap annoyance to Blizz. People have shared their frustration with it. Yeah. You almost never have to ask, have you guys reported this? I promise you, there's a lot of partners now at this point, and everybody is very opinionated. Nobody is afraid to share their opinions. This is like 2 amulets per run, but also like 500 obols per run-ish. Not even. It's like 400 obols per run. But I don't believe you'll get like a fix for Obdicite this season, because like what is the fix? Adding a sink or just making stuff cost more? That also kind of like doesn't fix it. Also, like none of us would be anywhere near the Obdicite cap if the Goblin event didn't start right after with Treasure Breach goblins giving a million billion Obdicite. So it's like, I don't know. Is this really a thing that needs to be fixed, or is this instead just a combination of effects which have led to a thing? What up, Cop? How you doing? Yeah, I'm excited for just, hey, now game new and different. Dude, doing Radiant sucks. I hate the Undercity. I'm down with the Undercity for 100 Undercity runs. And then anything after that, don't talk to me or my children ever again. You get double the obols, sure. I will just forget to swap these, though. Benny, thank you for the follow. Let's just see what it looks like when I do swap them. I'm immediately going to forget to swap these back, and I am just going to, like, ruin my character, but that's okay. Chairs are in the game to piss me off. So we're at 984. God, I hate Undercity. I don't hate Undercity's existence. I hate doing Undercity, which is 2 very, very different things. My major issue with Undercity is you can't just walk forward and kill. You have to think about it. But what you are doing to kill stuff is completely mindless. So it's like Vampire Survivors, but I have to click more buttons. Like, why are there shielding mobs in here? Why are there shielding mobs anywhere? Actually. I take that back. Why do they exist? We learned that shielding effects sucked, and then we put in a harder to deal with shielding effect. What? What? I still do not get that one. Nice, Charistay. After you get one shot in the pit? Well, I'm not going to get one shot in the pit is the issue. Or the thing that would one shot me in the pit is going to one shot me regardless. I also think that you don't see goblins enough in the Undercity. Like, I'm already doing one of the most nauseating tasks. Just have it be fun. It's just exciting to see them. And like, you're always done by floor 2. But if you don't finish at the end of floor 3, like, you're screwed. So I never feel like I can actually just skip stuff and just go straight to floor 3. But then in floor 3, you don't have to kill anything. So you are just running around just to find goblins. It's just bad. It's bad. It's a bad loop. It's bad. I don't like it. I don't like doing it. And I think that the time spent to get the goblin while generally running towards the exit is worth it. Except you don't get it so often that it actually isn't. But every time you don't look, you're like, damn, what if I missed a goblin? Yeah, so that was pretty spot on. It was about 400 obols, but you could double it up to... Also, if Indariel's at the end, it just takes 10 more seconds. No damn good reason. Pissing me off. So it's about 800 obols for this is about 4 to 5 minutes. 800 obols. 9-ish ancestrals, about 2 amulets almost every time. So it's 4 to 5 minutes for a random smattering of ancestral gear. Amulets, which will have passives on them, bare minimum. And then you can generate 8 more amulets. So about 10 amulets. So you generate about 10 amulets. About a 50% chance that one of them will be ancestral. With 2 of them, like, let me just try to write this down. So it's like radiance. About 10 amulets. In here. And obviously, like, this isn't exact science, but how's season 11 been treating me? Season 11 has been treating me pretty well, I think. There's been a lot to do. I've got a lot to tame in. I played an entire other class for like 70 hours, and I still have almost 100 hours on my Necro. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So it's about 10 amulets to have passives. About a 50% chance one will have a GA. Then like 1 in 4? 1 in 4-ish of GA. I mean, it's about a 30% 30% GA rate is what we'll say. 4 to 5 minutes on Necro. Random ancestral Legos for other slots. This is like and obviously, you know, some XP. It's like not it's like not hugely apparent whether or not I think that doing the PvP zone is just as good as doing Radiance with the cost, with the 50%, with the 50 mil. Ooh. Tell me what you talking about. So digging tell me what you talking about, baby. Yeah, love husband. Mm-hmm.
Better than starting from nothing.
And that's interesting to me.
Hello, shame that.
Go one more?
I think we can talk about it. Oh, the other thing I wanted to look at was these caches.
If I cannot be in the wilderness, this will do.
Some solid hammer sings on your return.
Oh my god, it gives gem fragments.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon. See some steel you need. Use it well.
Beware the envious. There is power in these stones.
Live, laugh, lower your expectations. Huge. Okay. Oh. Okay. We do gotta put the wild hair away, because people take me less seriously with wild hair. Look at it. Ah! Look at how much of it. Look at that. That's a thinking man. This is somebody who's going to explain to you, post-colonialism. And now this is Riker. Hey, folks. Oh, yeah, baby. Okay. Now my hair won't be poking the hat off my head. Okay. At the time of recording this video, it's the 8th of January, which means that the tower is releasing in less than a week. And because of that, a lot of people are scrambling to finish off the rest of their sanctification and trying to get all of their gear into place. And basically, what we've all realized is that eventually, if you're trying to go hard, if you're really trying to push in the tower, you're going to run out of items to sanctify. Like, the issue isn't materials, the issue isn't the sigils, the issue sure as heck isn't the Obdus site. You run out of item bases. And if you hadn't seen any of my recent videos, or maybe none of my recent streams, I quite literally slammed every single item in my stash. I've run thousands of bosses. I've run hundreds of undercities. I've killed Asmodam more times than I can count. And while I have gotten some incredibly lucky outcomes on some of my best in slot gear pieces, on other gear pieces, I don't necessarily get the best ones that I possibly could. And one of the places where I feel like the majority of people are feeling this stress is in and around their amulet. Because it turns out in this season, you can have a 4 passive amulet. And with how strong the rest of your gear can get, you typically don't need cooldown reduction or attack speed or crit chance or even main stat on your amulet anymore. If you could have 4 passives, you would want to have 4 passives. And unless you're playing something like the Spiritborn or the Paladin, it turns out getting multiple passives on an amulet is a very difficult thing to do. This is my best outcome from any amulet that I've ever crafted. And while getting the accelerating aspect is the thing basically keeping this on my character, this is only one of the passives that I would like. The other one that got the GA on it is just like not actually my best in slot. And I have been funneling all of my resources into finding a better amulet. And it turns out today I managed to do so. You might notice something here though, it's only an item power 750, but just like a ton of people have already covered in the community, it turns out 750 item power amulets are kind of fine, because when you masterwork them, you still get all the way up to 3 skill ranks. And not only that, you can actually get a masterwork crit on them, bringing one of them up to effectively a greater affix. And since sanctification doesn't care what item power your gear is, you can get insane sanctification outcomes on these. And that's what a lot of people have been doing. So it kind of begs the question, how do you get the most amulets possible? Well, I realized that there was something I hadn't done for the entirety of the season, and you probably haven't done either. It's one of the things that in this game you never would have previously spent any time or resources on because the gold cost and the Forgotten Soul cost was so high you couldn't afford to. But in this season, you quite literally have infinite of all resources, you just don't have infinite items. That's where the jeweler comes into play. The jeweler allows you to craft jeweler caches. A jeweler cache is going to cost 3 million gold, which doesn't matter, 60 forgotten souls, which also doesn't matter, 30,000 jewel shards, a thing that has no purpose other than making these things right here once you have all of your gems fully leveled and all of your glyphs fully leveled, and you can make a lot of these. You'll notice that I only have a smattering of them, but that's because I just spent the past 6 hours collecting data and crafting every single one of these to be able to bring you some insight into whether or not these things are good. And the outcome from me doing this today, quite literally, is this amulet. It is a 3 passive amulet with my 3 best in slot passives. And while the sanctification that I hit on it isn't particularly valuable, which was just an additional GA, if I can actually get an accelerating aspect on another piece of gear or attack speed on another piece of gear, this is, and this is not a joke, a 35% increase to my overall damage on the build. That is how much better my best in slot passive versus my second best in slot passive is. And if I could put this on, it would be an entire pit tier alone. And that's without a good sanctification on it. Okay, I've talked a big game. Let's talk about what happens when you make one of these jeweler caches, what you can expect from them. I went and generated about 500 to 600 pieces of data to be able to speak on this confidently. And then I went a little bit further and I measured every single activity in the game to try to determine an amulets per hour value that you could derive from them. And I'm going to give you my top 5 things that I think you could be doing right now to generate more bases for your character to craft on. And each one of them kind of comes down to whether or not you are crazy enough to be willing to do them. Because I'll be honest with you, some of them I just hate doing, but other people seem to love them. But let's talk about the cache itself. So each cache that you generate will come out with 5 items. It's going to be 2 amulets and 3 rings every single time. Now it's going to look a lot better if I open a bunch of them all together so you see a bunch of the noise that pops out. There's a smattering of other benefits to this. It actually drops you obols as well as sigil dust, and it'll also drop you a scattered prism every single time. Add on to that, the rings and the amulets themselves can be unique. I see no reason why these couldn't be mythics either, although I've never gotten one of those outcomes, so don't quote me on that. But as you can see from a smattering, of just opening up 5 of these caches, we got 4 items with GAs. But as you can see from opening up a smattering of 5 of these caches, we got 4 GA items and then a smattering of other ones. Now again, the reason why this is valuable at all, especially for amulets, is because specifically for these, we don't need them to be item power 800, and we don't need them to have greater affixes on them. It just turns out getting 4 passives on a 750 amulet is stronger than the vast majority of other outcomes. Whether or not the item has a GA on it is completely random. It randomly picks either a ring or an amulet or both or none. You'll find that there's about an 8% chance for any one of these items to have a greater affix on them. Now, obviously, that's a lot more important on the ring, where the rings, if you're trying to replace your rings, you almost certainly need these to be greater affix on an important stat like cooldown reduction, attack speed, your core stat, or maximum life, whatever your build needs. But the amulets themselves don't need that. We already hit a 1 passive amulet with intelligence, meaning that we actually have decent stats on this. And as you go through, you'll find more and more. The rate of passives is equal to any other item generation in the game. The rate of ancestral generation seems to be fairly comparable to anything else in the game. And by scanning through and saving any of these items, you're going to gain a lot more bases to be able to craft on. Now, what does this look like if you were to get a lot of pieces of data to be able to back up the numbers that I just said? Well, it's me, MacroBioBoi, and of course, I have a Google Excel sheet for you. So the Excel sheet is going to be a little bit hard to wrap your head around really quickly, but basically I went through and I crafted each one of the different types of caches, and I collected information from each one of them. As far as I can tell, what kind of cache you make doesn't actually impact the outcome at all. It has the same price. It's just being able to sync the various gem fragments that you have. And if you haven't noticed, you have a lot more gem fragments this season than any other season. Not only do they just drop from a majority of the content types in the game as a little bit of additional bonus there, most notably from places like the PvP chests and Infernal Hordes, Duriel, and the chests at Asmodan. But you've also been getting a lot more grand and royal gems that have been dropping from your seasonal powers. Taking those and salvaging them gets you a ton of fragments. Well, like I said, there's a very small bonus that comes out of crafting these. You get a scattered prism every single time. A lot of people have actually been running out of scattered prisms, having to add sockets to a ton of item power 750 uniques. You get a small amount of sigil powder, a small amount of obols, and then upon salvaging any of the items that you don't care about, on average, you're going to get back at least one Forgotten Soul every time that there's an ancestral item. You'll get a bunch of Veiled Crystals and also Abstruse Sigils. Those ones are less important. You don't need those. But the Veiled Crystal and the Forgotten Souls are important because if you start crafting a lot, these numbers will start going down. But you can convert your Veiled Crystals directly into Forgotten Souls with a change in this season. And what I found across the board, regardless of the type that we were doing, it was that you will always get 2 amulets, you will always get 3 rings. On average, you'll get about 8% greater affixes, like I said. So here, this is about 500 pieces of data. The rate of non-ancestral was about 92%. The rate of ancestral was 8%. The rate of GA in total was similarly 8%, regardless if it was rings or amulets. So, okay, great. That's all well and good, but you're probably not going to go out of your way to farm gem fragments, right? That would be crazy. The desired end goal is to have bases to craft on, not to find another resource to turn into bases to have a chance to craft on it. So that begs the question, what are the best activities that you can do in the game that will also net you the benefit of being able to craft these caches if you're interested in investigating non-ancestral amulets as a legitimate source of bases to slam on? So we get down to all of the different activities that actually net you caches, or rather net you gem fragments, which you can turn into caches. And I went through and I did everything that I could think of and that chat could think of. The place that I am the most biased to, and I've got to be honest with you, this is totally my bias. I think that this is the best one. I was going to do like a top 5 and go through video and all of that, but I think that PvP chests are the best. But going through all the different activities, which obviously generate gem fragments. Opening up PvP chests are insane. They drop a ton of them. Gem reserve sigils, as well as a specific gem reserve sigil, you would imagine would drop a ton of these as well. Like it being a literal sigil affix means that you would assume that a ton of gem fragments will drop from here, and that when you open up the chest, you'll get even more of them. The quick TLDR on those, though, is that the gem reserve, which drops gems of all types, tends to drop less total gems than any specific one. So as opposed to doing a gem reserve, you could do sapphire reserve or skull reserve, etc. And since the type of cache that you open doesn't matter at all, you actually just want to generate the most possible. So I would basically never recommend these. I'll just also, get that right off the rip here. But if you were going to do them, do a specific gem and not the general gem. Infernal Hordes is obviously a great place to be able to get gem fragments, not only because you generate a good amount of items from doing it, as well as from killing Bartuk, but then you also have the gem specific, like the gem and Obdicite chest, which you could open with all of your Aether. Now, that being said, again, the point is to generate items and a byproduct to generate gems to be able to use in this system. So I don't recommend only spending all of your Aether into opening up just the gem chest.
you probably want to kill Bartuk, you probably want to open up the equipment box, and then anything that you have left over, spend into gems. While we had a pretty low Aether run to be able to do our analysis here, I ended up spending 468 Aether into the gem box itself, which I think is fairly representative of how much you tend to have on hand after you kill Bartuk and open up equipment. I'd say around 1500 to 1600 Aether is a decent run. And then obviously if you get like Goblin Wave, it goes insanely higher than that, but that's not the expected average. Another place where you would expect to generate a ton of gem fragments is from running the Helltide, because your seasonal power says when you kill Pangs of Duriel, they have a chance to drop fully fledged gems, and they're going to be dropping gem fragments. And if you look at the fragment amounts, which is what this top number is, you notice that Helltide by far had the most fragments from us collecting data. Now, the big thing to keep in mind here, though, is that Helltide is a very long activity. I ran my Helltide for 45 minutes. So while this generated the most gem fragments with 2 full gems dropping from Pangs of Duriel and then the rest of them in random fragments, the actual caches per minute, which is a value that I have down here and a table to look at as well, is actually pretty significantly low. Then there was opening up the Duriel box at Azmodan. Now opening up the Duriel box can drop even more gems. I didn't get any actual master gems out of it, so my data is a little bit skewed here, but I personally cannot kill Azmodan anymore, if I'm being honest with you. I would assume that this should have a slightly higher outcome than what I was able to show, but one, I just ran out of Duriel mats to be able to get more data, and I refuse to go back to farm them to then go farm Azmodan again. So if somebody else wants to do that data and fill me in the comments, I would appreciate that. Then the other 2 places where you would expect to get a lot of gems are one, an escalating Nightmare Dungeon Sigil. So finding one of these with a gem reserve, at least for the first one, netted us 13,000 gems, which is actually less than how much one of those regular gem reserves would net us outside of that. And I made sure to open up all the chests. I don't know what was up with that, but these ones weren't particularly good. Azmodan at the end didn't really see... Astaroth at the end didn't really seem to drop an exceptionally good amount of loot as far as I was concerned. And then obviously Treasure Breach Sigils. Now Treasure Breach Sigils are a lot less valuable now that we're outside of the Goblin event, because you're only getting the normal amount of goblins as opposed to double the number of goblins. But in this Treasure Breach, I did find a gem goblin to be able to hunt down. So that is where we're getting this decently, and that's where we're getting this decent amount of gem fragments from it. But while all of this is like a lot to say and there's a lot of little bits of data, what we really want to look at down here is the time to cache. Now, time to cache is quite literally how long does it take you to do this action? And then using that, we get a rate in per minute, meaning that with PvP chests, it takes you 5 minutes to go through, open all the chests, get all of the loot, salvage all of that loot, and reset your character. It is 5 minutes to do this if you are efficient. And what that means is that since we're generating 2.64 caches per 5 minutes, we have a rate of about 1 cache every minute. We have a rate of about half a cache every minute, meaning that we're generating, just from the caches, an amulet per minute. And now on top of that, opening up PvP chests have a lot of other benefits to them. You get sigils, which you can use to try to either find Mythic Prankster or Treasure Breach. But on top of that, any of the gem reserves that you might want. And in addition to that, salvaging them for dust for another chance. I also, on average, was finding like 2 to 4 amulets just from picking up items from the chests themselves. So while we're generating an amulet per minute from the caches, we're also generating an additional 4. So all of a sudden we're generating 5 amulets. So all of a sudden we're generating close to 2 amulets per minute. And on top of that as well, I got about 12 greater ancestral items. So item power 800 with GAs on them, with an equal likelihood that any of the amulets that we find are them, and bare minimum are item power 750, which is kind of exactly what we're looking for. For this calculation, I took any one of the Nightmare Dungeon sigils, and I expected this to take about 2 minutes. Now on the Necromancer, it takes a little bit longer than that, but most people are faster than the Necromancer, and the annoying part is that you have to go back and click all of the chests. Opening them up and missing them a lot of the time is actually a huge efficiency drain. So if this took you closer to like 2 to 4 minutes to be able to accomplish it, the number actually goes lower and lower. Now, Infernal Hordes, again, really decent return. You get a lot of items from this. I would say on average, you get about 6 GAs. You're generating another like 10 to 12, maybe 15 items, with a decent likelihood that 2 or 3 of them will be amulets. But in Infernal Hordes, at maximum efficiency, takes about 12 minutes if you're doing a full 10 waiver. Now, you would need to do that to be able to kill Bartuk and open in the equipment chest and open up the gem chest on top of that. So the rate of return as far as any of the things that we're looking for, fairly low. But it also has the added benefit of getting you a ton of restoration scrolls, which you need to be able to reroll items, which is obviously very important for this overall process as well. Now, for me, the Helltide was 45 minutes. Technically speaking, you could leave the Helltide a little bit earlier after opening all your chests, fighting Duriel a number of times, making sure that you at least get one of those like Helltide meter breaks so you get all of your whispers done, and make sure to process through all of the loot. That being said, theoretically, you would want to stay in the Helltide for as long as possible, but I don't know about you, but after I've opened up every single chest in both of the portions, I find it very difficult to continue to do the Helltide because it's just not challenging, not really fun. Sitting around the Duriel pit is a little excruciating, if I'm being honest with you, and it's not like the item generation rate is altogether that impressive, and if you don't get anything out of the actual amulet, if you don't get anything out of the chaos or amulet boxes that are down there, the rest of the boxes tend to be pretty low value. But all of that being said, since there's so much happening, there's so many benefits. You get the Duriel pieces as well. You have a chance of getting the unique Duriel horn, which you need to be able to go fight the Uber bosses. Helltide is definitely a good option. It's just very time consuming. Azmodan Duriel, I put this at about 4 minutes. Now, other people in chat showed me that it was about 3 minutes to attempting to spawn Azmodan and then successfully killing him, as long as you don't have a bunch of AFK bots down there doing no damage. In general, since Azmodan kind of has a hard cap on it, you can only have 20 Duriel mats. You will fight Azmodan 4 times, and then you'll have to go farm more Duriel mats. In addition to all of this, you have to process a ton of loot. But you can be processing the loot while they're summoning him the next time. So I say it's about 3 minutes to go kill him once, and 4 minutes if you take into account the average amount of time it takes to kill him that many times and process all of your loot, then get on to your next activity. And because of this, and again, since I didn't get any grand gems out of my own experience here, we have a very, very low rate. Now, if I were to just add on 100,000 here, we'd get a better idea. And on average, you'd be generating about a cash per minute with a hard stop and an amount of min-maxing your inventory management, and with an amount of min-maxing inventory management that I at least have grown very tired of. Like I said, both Escalating Dungeon as well as Treasure Breach just weren't particularly good here, and what you get, if you want to take a look at it, is this pretty little graph, which just shows that PvP chests were the most efficient, while I would argue also generating the most additional pieces of valuable either materials, crafting materials, gold, sigils, and just generally good items, with the little amount of brain power that's required to do it and the least amount of buttons pressed. You just ride around and open up chests. It's actually that simple. Especially if you're playing on mouse and keyboard, you don't even have to deal with like picking up multiple items and then dropping the ones that you don't want, which is something that on controllers are a little bit harder. But I end up just swapping to mouse and keyboard because it's not like I'm fighting anything. You can fight stuff. In fact, while the chests are opening, you can actually just be killing all the monsters around them for a little bit more XP, a little bit more drops, chances at some decent stuff, maybe completing a whisper here and there. But with the second best outcome being the specific gem Nightmare Dungeon. Now, in general, Nightmare Dungeons are just not valuable. So unless this generated like 5 or 6 caches per run, I would never recommend it because you just get crap loot in Nightmare Dungeons. And then arguably Treasure Breach being the next best. The good part about Treasure Breach is you get a ton of items. The sad part about Treasure Breach is that if you're at Obdusite cap like me, all the Obdusite stays on the ground and it makes it nearly impossible to pick up stuff. But on top of that, there's so much loot that you just don't care about that the generation of ancestral items for your other gear pieces, as well as decent chances at amulets, are just pretty low. All of that being said though, is this really your best expenditure of time when there are other things that you could be doing, most notably running Radiance tributes with passives as an additional barter on it? And I went and collected some data there. And I want to talk about this just in case you have never seen it or never really thought about it in game, but you probably have a ton of these tributes lying around. Tribute of Radiance says that you have a chance of dropping a ton of Ancestrals. Not only that, you can pay so that every item that you drop which can have passives will have passives, meaning that every amulet that you drop will minimum have a single passive on it. And it turns out that an amulet having a minimum of a single passive is a huge increase in the chance of you getting up to a multi-passive amulet. That makes sense, right? While it doesn't necessitate that there will be more passives, it means bare minimum, you'll always be able to get a 2 passive amulet out of it. But the question becomes, how many amulets do you get from running these, and how often are they ancestral, meaning more valuable than the typical amulet we're getting from one of these caches? I went and did 4 or 5 runs of this. I found that on average, again, on the Necromancer, using both Metamorphosis as well as Jaw, Rune Word, and using a build which is able to very quickly kill stuff with Golem, I can just point in a direction and they kill everything in that area. It's taking me about 4 to 5 minutes. Part of this is making sure that you don't miss any goblins in the 3rd level. Part of this is making sure that you're picking up obols as you go as well. And I found that this generates about 10 amulets per run. Now, how do we get to that number? 1, on average, I was getting about 2 amulets, which just seems to be around the average of things which would generate amulets, appear to generate amulets about 20%, appear to generate amulets basically 5% of the time, maybe 10 to 20% of the time. In doing this 4 to 5 minutes, along with getting obols, you're able to generate about 10 amulets per fucking... Now, the benefit of running the Radiance Tribute is that you also generate a ton of obols, and obviously that feeds into this as well. If you swap over your Endarial power to be bonus for obols, you generate about 800 obols per run. So in addition to the 2 amulets I was getting on average, we're able to go buy 8 more. If you're very lucky, a lot of them will be legendary or ancestral. A ton of them will also be magic and rare. But when I just very quickly went and spent those obols, I got a very good return on the 8 amulets that I bought. 7 of them were legendary, 2 of them were ancestral. So that gave us about a 30% chance of having a GA amulet every 5 minutes, with an additional 8 to 9 other amulets generated, giving us a pretty decent chance, with 2 of them always having a passive on them. Now, you also get a bunch of other stuff, right? You get some decent XP from doing this. You get your pale marks from your mercenaries by killing a bunch of elites. You get a decent amount of Divine Fervor, which you can turn in for your seasonal. And then you also get a random assortment of legendaries. And some of these legendaries might be for gear pieces that you need to replace as well. If you don't have Grandfather on your boots are not best in slot. So there's a definite benefit to this. And I would say that, funnily enough, the rate of GA acquisition, as well as the ease of the content, the Radiance Tributes are pretty close to the PvP chests. PvP chests are just insane, and I can't stress enough just how easy it is to do them. Whereas doing the Undercity, which I'm fully burnt out on, like full hard stop, this is absolutely my bias. I hate doing the Undercity. I think the Undercity is great. I personally hate doing it. It's brainless, but I have to think about where I'm going the entire time. I feel like I'm missing a goblin all the time. And sadly, I don't like watching Endarial die. It takes 20 seconds, and for some reason, I don't get to get loot until she's dead. But that being said, the rate of acquisition of both amulets and amulets with GAs between this and running PvP zone, as well as buying out these caches, is basically completely equal. This comes along with some additional benefits of being able to gamble for other things that you might want, as well as generating better experience. The PvP zone comes along with generating a ton more of the materials that you're going to need for everything else, a huge amount of gold, as well as generating additional sigils, looking for mythic prankster sigils, which is less valuable now that the goblin event is over, but is still pretty valuable for most people who don't have perfect mythics on their gear.
Stars guide you.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
So in conclusion, do I think that opening up these caches is going to somehow, I mean, that was okay. That wasn't scripted. I didn't edit this. Like, I had the edited part at the beginning because I got a 4GA earlier, but like, That's pretty dope. All right, it's not a good ring, but still. Okay, back to what I was saying. Do I believe that opening up these caches is somehow going to magically give you the item bases that you need to just immediately go craft everything that you want? Probably not, but I would say that exact same thing of every other system in the game. I think that Sanctification has really highlighted just how much loot we get that doesn't matter, and kind of how sad that is. But I do believe that this is more so a pain point for people who are preparing for the tower, as opposed to just a person who just wants gear. Because it turns out you could just go put this on, reroll one of these stats, and just go crush all of the content in the game, right? But as far as quite literally giving me the best amulet I have ever made ever, I've never had a 3 best in slot passive amulet ever, except for like season 2, back when we could get corpse skills on our amulets, which is insane. And it's definitely giving me a lot of fodder to be able to go craft on. And bare minimum, I bet you have never gone and looked at these caches. So you are probably sitting on a treasure trove of 30s, hundreds of these things. I had 20 plus in each one of these, which I used to generate that data that I showed you earlier. So at the bare minimum, go craft these things. They're just sitting around. They don't waste any materials. They use something you quite literally have no other use for. So bare minimum, go do that. But in addition to this, if this highlights anything, it is that every piece of content that you're doing in the game right now can probably be serving multiple use cases and could probably be getting additional efficiency if you take into account everything that it makes available to you. Back when I first covered the PvP zone, I didn't care about the gem fragments. Nobody crafted these caches. I noticed you got a lot of them, but that didn't matter. It wasn't until this season where we all need to generate thousands of amulets for a chance of getting a best in slot one where I went, oh, wait a minute. Nobody's talking about that thing. How good is this? And then I went and quite literally crafted the best one I've ever had today in the past 6 hours. So maybe this is an option for you as well. And always be looking at not only what a type of system or farming strategy or whatever you're doing does in the immediate, but look at the downstream impact, look at the other things that you can do with it, and try to see how it can empower or be the fuel of another engine to bring you to your goal simultaneously. Because having as many farms going for as many items as possible is definitely the way that the most hardcore and the most like competitive people are going to need to approach this. Hopefully this helps. If you're brand new here and you managed to make it all the way through all this rambling, consider subscribing to the channel. It would mean the world to me. Leave a like on the video and comment down below. Do you have any questions, comments, concerns, theories, ideas, bugs, weird theory crafts you're not seeing anybody else talk about? You think that you've cracked the code? Let's talk about it. The tower is right around the corner. I plan on competing, and I finally have good enough gear where I can't quite make excuses for why I can't compete. So hopefully I'll see you at the top of those leaderboards. Hopefully this helped you out. And if it does, also shout out down in the comments. I'd love to hear from you. But that's enough of me yapping. Thank you so much for watching this video. I truly, truly hope that it helps. I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Best is the Undercity tribute for Amulet. Yeah, so I actually already covered that DL stick, and it ends up being equally efficient to just doing PvP zone. Which is kind of funny. Also, you do eventually run out of them, which means that to get to them, you would then need to farm another thing to get to them, whereas the PvP zone doesn't have any upfront cost. How crazy was that, though, getting a 3 GA right as I'm trying to do my outro for a video, huh? Gem, cache, or amulet video. But yeah, per run for doing the Undercity, you generate up to 10 amulets, typically a little bit less than that, so more like 8 to 10 amulets, with on average about 30% of them being ancestral, and 2 of them on average always having a passive on them, and the other ones being random rolls. They're random. You get 2 amulets and 3 rings every time. And what you down? What you talking about? Dig it down, dig it down, down, dig it Club husband. Ooh. Hey, okay, real quick. I just need real quick. I'm gonna pop this back in there. quite literally one of the amulets that I got from that cache as I was opening it. Not even this 3G, which is literally a 3 passive amulet. I could go roll this to be a 4 passive amulet. Is it a good one? No, but it's proof. It's proof right there. It's literally right there. Now, if only we were playing Shadow Bone Spirit? And go roll that up to Gloom? That's wild. But it's all, I mean, it's all random. I gave up on amulet requirements for builds a long time ago. Been a pain point for the life of the game. Blizzard needs to do a better job addressing this, in your opinion? Sure. I don't think that that's, as a casual player so much, it's just a frustration point, and nobody likes it. Like, do not feel as if you were in some minuscule data point. Nobody likes this. And I think it's going to be addressed in the expansion, where it doesn't look like there are passives in the skill tree.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails.
So,
What you need?
I think that's where they're at. All right. All right, y'all. That's going to do it for me. I need to edit this video and put it out so that nobody steals my tech. All right, let's go find somebody to raid. Yeah, what you doing? What you talking about? Our tech now. Oh yeah, y'all can go take the tech. It's just, I don't want somebody else to cover it in a video. Because I need everybody to like me. We'll go raid Snuggie. You just got here, have 5 more hours or Mephisto wins. I think Mephisto's gonna win. I had to start stream a little bit late because I had to do some stuff today. But this is my typical sign-off time. What can you do? All right, go love Snuggie. Snuggie's playing some D4. What are you doing? Off-meta trash. We fucking love it. Off-meta trash is my band name. Club husband. You need a club husband. Dearly beloved husband. Alrighty, y'all. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, I know so long, ciao, kapkun kra, sawadi, gute Nacht, hasta mañana. What are we doing tomorrow? I'll be honest with you, I legit might just farm the PvP zone for an entire day. It's not the most interesting thing, but it might be what I need to do to generate enough gear to actually slam to have the stuff that I need. So we might do that. I might run some mythic tributes in there too. We can get some people in. I know everybody has like 1 million of these. I fucking don't, and I still need good mythic. So we'll probably run the ones I have. I have at least like 9 or 12 or something. When's the video gonna drop? I'm probably gonna eat dinner and then edit it, so it'll probably come up like tomorrow morning. But yeah, go give Snuggie some love. Never forget, the bourgeoisie doesn't care about us. It's working class that needs to stick together. You, me, and everybody else. There's no such thing as left versus right. That is a psyop. Fuck the culture war. Fuck bipartisanship. All of us versus all the people in power. That's the truth. Get a little bit of sympathy, a little bit of empathy, just a little bit of patience. You'll find that you have a lot more in common with people than you really think. Love everybody. I appreciate y'all. Bye.